Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. Chapter 1. Ordinary American Rot, approximately 2,050 words. The first thing I heard was the sound of something wet moving where nothing wet should be. Not a splash, not a drip. A drag, slow, deliberate, like a palm being pulled across varnished wood. Like someone drawing a damp cloth along the baseboard just to see if I'd flinch. I lay still on my back, eyes open in the dark, counting the seconds between the air conditioner's clicks. The little rental I was staying in had thin walls and a cheap dresser that always looked like it was leaning forward listening. The kind of place that smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and old carpet glue, no matter how often you opened the windows. The sound came again. Closer this time, right behind the dresser. A lazy scrape followed by a pause, like whatever was making it, had stopped to consider whether I was going to get up and check. My throat tightened. I didn't move my hands. I didn't even turn my head. I stared at the ceiling fan's silhouette and told myself the same thing I'd told myself 100 nights before. It's the building settling. It's a rat. It's pipes. But my body didn't believe me. My body knew the difference between random noise and something with intent. The drag happened a third time. Then nothing. No footsteps walking away. No door. No relief. Just that special kind of silence that feels like the world has leaned in close to hear your breathing. I closed my eyes and pictured a Walmart parking lot under fluorescent lights, because there are memories you can use like shields. And the Walmart was safer to remember than the room I was in. That's the part people don't understand about fear. It isn't always a scream. Sometimes it's a choice what memory you reach for to keep from looking at what's right in front of you. Years earlier, before the dresser and the dragging sound and the rules I live by now, my nights were loud with simpler things. Phones buzzing with overdraft alerts, car engines turning over too slow, the sharp, humiliating panic of looking at a receipt and realizing your card declined over a bag of groceries. Back then, I wasn't haunted. I was just broke. And broke in America is its own kind of horror, clean and legal and constant. No monsters needed, no candles, no old curses, just math that never works out, and a slow drift toward decisions you swore you'd never make. I remember one night in particular. It was winter, the kind that turned your breath into smoke and made the inside of your car smell like cold plastic. I was sitting in my sedan at the edge of a Walmart lot with the heater blowing weakly, watching my reflection in the rearview mirror like it belonged to somebody else. My phone lit up. Bank alert, your account balance is below $0. I stared at it until the screen dimmed and went dark. Then I tapped it awake again, like maybe the message would change if I looked hard enough. It didn't. The lot was full of other people doing late-night errands, couples with kids in pajamas, contractors buying duct tape and fasteners, tired women hauling cases of bottled water into trunks. Their lives looked normal from a distance, which is the cruelest part. Normal is a billboard you can't afford. The cheap motel I'd been staying in was 5 minutes away, one of those places off the highway, with flickering signage and rooms that smelled like old smoke, no matter how many no smoking signs they taped to the walls. The carpet pattern was designed to hide stains. The towels were thin enough to see through. The bedspread had that glossy texture that made you feel like you should be wearing gloves. I'd learned to ignore it. Ignoring things is a skill, and I got very good at it. I wasn't born into crime. I wasn't raised around guns or gangs or men in leather coats with gold rings. My childhood was boring in the way childhoods are supposed to be. Little league fields, school cafeterias, parents arguing quietly behind closed doors. The kind of ordinary that doesn't make for stories. Then adulthood hit like a rent increase. I drifted between jobs because drifting was all I could afford. Warehouse shifts, delivery routes, security gigs for private events, anything that paid fast, anything that didn't require a resume that read like failure. The security work was where I learned the first useful lesson. Most people don't look at what's right in front of them. They look at what they expect to see. They see a uniform and relax. They see a clipboard and stop asking questions. They hear a confident voice and assume you're authorized. And if you learn how to move like you belong somewhere, doors open without you touching them. The second lesson came from logistics. Loading docks, shipping schedules, inventory manifests, watching how systems fit together. Every company had blind spots. Every process had cracks. If you paid attention, you could slide through those cracks and never trigger an alarm. I didn't call it stealing back then. I called it solving problems. People have 1,000 polite names for dirty work: consulting, recovery, risk management, invoices with vague line items, payments split between accounts, conversations held in the space between what was said and what was meant. That's how it started for me, not with a mask and a crowbar, but with a man in a blazer who spoke like he'd been trained to never say anything directly. He met me at a diner at 2 a.m. because people like him don't like daylight. When they're doing business, they can't explain at dinner parties. He didn't tell me his full name. He didn't have to. It wasn't a friendship. He slid a napkin across the table with a number written on it. "Can you be in Newark tomorrow?" he asked. "What for?" I said. He smiled like that was cute. A delivery. A delivery of what he didn't answer that either. He just said, "You'll be paid," and tapped the number on the napkin with one clean fingernail. The number was enough to make my stomach flip. It wasn't a fortune, but it was rent and groceries and gas. It was breathing room. I told myself I was just a courier. That was another lie. The job was simple: pick up a package from a storage unit, drop it at a law office, no questions. The package wasn't drugs or cash. It was paperwork, thick and heavy, sealed in plastic like it was evidence. I delivered it, got paid, and went back to my motel feeling lighter than I had in months. Not proud, not happy, just relieved. Relief is addictive. After that, more jobs came. They didn't come like normal job offers with interviews and benefits and HR paperwork. They came through encrypted messaging apps and burner numbers. They came as short sentences that read like they'd been written by people who didn't like language, because language created accountability. Can you retrieve a thing? Can you sit in a car and watch a door? Can you be invisible for 4 hours? Sometimes they came through lawyers. That's the part that still makes me laugh, bitter and quiet. Lawyers don't say steal, they say recover. They don't say blackmail, they say protect. They don't say threaten, they say communicate urgency. They're professionals. They wear suits. They shake hands. They make everything sound reasonable, even when they're handing you a mess that will ruin your life if you spill it. The motel became my base. One cheap room at a time, always paid in cash, always under a name that wasn't mine. I learned the little rituals of staying invisible: park your car where cameras can't see your plates, never use the same coffee shop twice in a week, keep your face neutral. Don't be memorable. I stopped calling my mother. Not because I didn't love her, but because hearing her voice made me want to confess, and confession was a luxury. I stopped making plans. Plans were for people who expected to be alive next month. I became numb in the way you do when you're living by tasks instead of time. Eat, sleep, work, Repeat. The more you repeat something, the less it feels real. That's how you survive. Or that's what I thought. There was a hallway in one of those motels' second-floor exterior walkway metal railing cold enough to bite your skin. Every door had a no smoking sign bolted to it. Every corner had a security camera that looked like it hadn't worked since 2009. I remember coming back late after a job and smelling something that didn't belong. Tobacco. Not the sweet smell of someone vaping. Not cheap cigarettes. A heavy, stale odor like somebody had been chewing tobacco and spitting into the same cup for years. It hit the back of my throat and made my tongue feel dry. I stopped outside my door and looked left, then right. No one was there. The hallway was empty, lit by one sickly yellow bulb. The air was cold and still. The smell should have drifted, should have moved with wind, should have had a source. It didn't. It was just present, like it had been waiting for me to notice it. I stood there longer than I should have, listening. You learn to listen when you're doing what I was doing. Listening saves your life. Listening tells you when someone's following you, when a door is opening, when a car engine is too close. All I heard was distant highway noise and my own heartbeat. I told myself someone had smoked earlier and the smell had sunk into the concrete. That made sense. The motel was full of people who didn't follow rules. I unlocked my door, stepped inside, and locked it behind me with the kind of care you use when you're trying to convince yourself you're safe. That smell followed me into my room. Not strong, just enough. Like a reminder. I ignored it the way I ignored everything else that didn't fit. Because if you stop to question every wrong detail, you don't get to function. And functioning was the only thing keeping me afloat. My ethics back then were simple, which is another way to say they were thin. I wasn't a hero. I wasn't the guy who rescued victims or exposed corruption. I wasn't even brave. I was a man doing math with his soul. I had lines I told myself I wouldn't cross: no kids, no violence, no weapons. I told myself I could work around the ugly parts. I could be the one who handled things without making them worse. But it's a lie to think you can touch dirt without it getting under your nails. The jobs got smoother. I got better. I learned how to talk like I belonged in places where I didn't. I learned how to keep my face relaxed even when my hands were shaking. I learned how to read the quiet signals people give off when they're about to do something desperate. And the better I got, the more the jobs started to feel like a system. Not random tasks. A network. A pipeline that took problems from people with power and handed them to people like me, people who were invisible enough to be disposable. I didn't meet criminal masterminds. I met exhausted middlemen and nervous lawyers and private security guys who wanted extra cash and told themselves they were only bending rules. I met men who wore wedding rings and smiled at photos of their kids while they paid for someone else's suffering. That's what made it feel real. If evil wore a cape, you could spot it. If it hissed and laughed, you could run. But most of the time, it wore business casual and said, "It's nothing personal." One night after a job that involved picking up a hard drive from a man who wouldn't meet my eyes, I went back to the motel and sat on the edge of the bed with my shoes still on. My phone was a cheap prepaid thing with a cracked corner and a battery that died fast. I kept it because it wasn't attached to my name. It was a shadow. I remember staring at that phone and thinking, I can do this forever, which is the kind of thought you have right before something changes. The message came in at 2:17 a.m., unknown number. No contact name. Just a single line of text that looked like it had been typed by someone who understood how people like me made decisions. Are you willing to relocate an obstacle? I read it once, then again. My mouth went dry. Relocate, not remove, not eliminate, relocate. A word clean enough to say out loud. A word that could mean almost anything. I should have deleted it. I should have turned the phone off and gone to sleep and tried to be a normal person again. Instead, I stared at the screen until the light hurt my eyes, and I felt that familiar sensation, relief and dread braided together, because somewhere deep inside, the part of me that was still broke understood exactly what that question really meant. And the part of me that was still human heard something else underneath it, quiet as a wet hand sliding along wood, a promise. A warning. A rule I didn't know yet. Not even close. Chapter 1. Mason, approximately 2,050 words. I met Mason in Miami, in the kind of humidity that makes your clothes stick to you like you've been dipped in warm water. It was late afternoon, but the city still felt lit from underneath neon bleeding through tinted windows, palm fronds rattling like cheap plastic, the air heavy with salt and exhaust. I'd taken a bus down from Orlando because my car was one mechanical sigh away from dying on the shoulder, and I didn't trust it to cross county lines without turning into an expensive lesson. Mason told me to meet him outside a Cuban coffee window near Little Havana. The place was wedged between a pawn shop and a laundromat, and the sidewalk was littered with cigarette butts crushed into the concrete like tiny gray fossils. A hand-painted sign promised cafecito and pastelitos in bright colors that looked too cheerful for the neighborhood. I remember the smell, sweet coffee, hot sugar, and something sour underneath it like old mop water. Mason was already there when I arrived. He leaned against a black rental SUV with the kind of casual posture that wasn't casual at all. Weight-balanced head turning, slowly eyes never stopping in one place too long. He was wearing jeans boots and a plain gray t-shirt that made him look like a contractor taking a lunch break. If you didn't know better, you'd assume he was waiting on a buddy. But the way he watched the street made it clear he wasn't waiting. He was measuring the woman walking her dog, measuring the couple arguing near the corner, measuring the man in a suit who kept checking his phone and glancing toward the parking lot. Not suspicious, not paranoid, just attentive. Like a man who'd learned the world was a machine, and he wanted to hear where it was grinding. He looked at me as I approached and smiled without warmth. "You're on time," he said. It wasn't a compliment. It was an assessment. He reached into the coffee window and came back with 2 tiny cups of cafecito, thick and dark as oil. He handed me one like we were old friends. The cup was hot enough to hurt my fingers through the cheap paper sleeve. "Drink," he said. "It'll wake you up." I took a sip and felt the sugar hit my bloodstream like a slap. It was good in the way things are good when you haven't eaten enough. My hands stopped shaking. Mason watched my face as I drank like he was reading a gauge. "I got your number from Felix," I said. Felix was a guy I'd done some small security work for, the kind of man who always smelled like cologne and desperation. Mason nodded. "Felix talks too much." That was my first clue that Mason didn't collect people for company. He collected them because they were useful. He pushed off the SUV and jerked his chin toward the passenger door. "Get in," he said. I didn't hesitate. Not because I trusted him, because I'd already learned that hesitation was a currency you couldn't spend in this world. You either stepped into the job or you stepped away from it, and stepping away didn't pay rent. Inside, the SUV smelled like new plastic and someone else's perfume. Rental car clean. Mason had the seat pulled back, far long legs sprawled like he owned the vehicle, like he owned the road. He didn't ask me about my past. He didn't ask where I grew up or what I'd done. People like him don't care about your story. They care about your function. "What do you do?" he asked, eyes on the rearview mirror as he pulled away from the curb. Security, I said. Logistics. I move things. Mason nodded like I'd answered correctly. Good. This is about systems, he said. People think life is chaos. It's not. It's pipes, pressure, valves. You can't stop pressure. You can only vent it somewhere else. He said it the way a plumber might explain a clogged sink. I remember the way my skin prickled when he said vent. It wasn't the word. It was how comfortable he sounded. How normal. And if you don't vent it, I asked more to keep him talking than because I cared. Mason smiled slightly. Then the whole system blows. We drove past murals and pawn shops, past streets that smelled like fried food and sun-baked trash. The sky was a white-blue glare above the palms. Miami always feels like it's pretending to be a postcard while hiding rot just off-frame. He pulled into a storage facility in an industrial stretch where the buildings were low and tired. Chain-link fences, security cameras with spider webs, a gate that stuck halfway open like it couldn't commit to doing its job. Mason parked in the back away from the main office. "You ever pick up paperwork?" he asked. "Sure," I said. "Good. It's boring. That's what makes it dangerous. People get careless when they're bored." He got out and popped the trunk. Inside was a small duffel bag and 2 pairs of cheap gloves. He tossed me a pair. "Wear them," he said. "Always wear them. I don't care if you're picking up a box of donuts." I pulled them on. The latex snapped tight around my fingers. We walked between rows of metal doors, each one a little rectangle of anonymous lives. People store their memories in places like this. Furniture photos, Christmas decorations, dead relatives' clothes, and they lock it up like it can't rot if it's behind a padlock. Mason stopped at Unit 214. He didn't reach for the lock. He just looked at it, then looked at me. "Go ahead," he said. I knelt and examined it. Cheap master lock, the kind you see on tool sheds. 2 seconds with a shim if you were gentle, 3 if you weren't. My hands moved without me thinking. Felix had taught me the basics. You learn quickly when hunger is your teacher. The lock clicked open with a quiet sound that felt too loud. Mason watched like a man watching a traffic light change. "Smooth," he said. Again, not praise. Assessment. I slid the latch and rolled the door up. The smell hit first stale cardboard dust and something sharp like old cat litter. The unit was mostly empty except for a plastic bin and a stack of file boxes wrapped in shrink film. I stepped forward, and that's when something launched out of the dark. A blur of fur and claws, a hiss so violent it sounded mechanical. It hit my chest and bounced off, scrambling down my arm. I jerked back instinctively, heart exploding, and my foot caught on the door rail. For a half second, I thought I was going to fall backward and crack my skull on the concrete. The animal raccoon, I think, or maybe a feral cat with a thick tail, hit the ground and tore off between the unit's nails, scraping metal like little knives. I stood there panting my hands up like I'd been attacked by something human. Mason laughed, not a startled laugh, not nervous. A low, satisfied chuckle like he'd known it would happen and found it entertaining. "Welcome to storage units," he said. "Everything in the dark thinks it owns the space." I stared at him. "You knew there was something in there." Mason shrugged. "Maybe." "Doesn't matter. You handled it." That was another clue. Mason believed fear was just another test. I hated that part of him immediately. We went in. The boxes were labeled with thick black marker dates, case numbers, names, legal documents. The kind of paperwork that ruins reputations and gets people disappeared quietly. Mason didn't open any of it. He didn't need to. He lifted the bin with one hand, like it was nothing, and carried it to the trunk. I grabbed the file boxes. As we walked, I noticed something on the concrete near the unit entrance, a smear of ash like someone had flicked a cigarette and the wind had blown it flat. but it wasn't gray. Under the pale industrial light, it looked faintly reddish, like powdered brick. I stared at it for a moment too long. Mason noticed and followed my gaze. "Don't worry about that," he said. "What is it?" I asked. He glanced down like it bored him. "People smoke everywhere. Rules are suggestions." He said it like the world was a place where rules existed only to identify who was foolish enough to follow them. We loaded the boxes into the SUV and drove out. Mason didn't pay attention to the office. He didn't sign anything. The gate didn't stop us. The cameras didn't move. Systems, he'd said. Pressure valves. He knew exactly which systems were real and which were just decoration. We delivered the boxes to an office downtown in a building with a glass lobby and a security guard who didn't look up from his phone. Mason walked like he belonged there. People stepped aside for him without realizing they were doing it. A receptionist took the boxes without asking for ID. She didn't even check the labels. She just smiled too widely and said, "Thank you," like she was grateful. Outside in the humidity, Mason leaned against the SUV and lit a cigarette. I didn't see him take it out. It was just suddenly between his fingers, burning. He took a drag and exhaled slowly, watching the smoke drift into the air like it was a thought leaving his body. "You don't smoke?" he asked. "No." "Smart," he said. He flicked ash into an empty soda can sitting in the cup holder. The ash floated down and stuck to the aluminum. Under the streetlight, it looked red again. Just for a second. Like embers that refused to die. My stomach tightened, but I told myself it was a trick of the light. "Why'd you call me?" I asked. Mason turned his head toward me slowly, and for the first time I felt like he was looking at me directly, instead of at the world around me. "Felix says you're careful," he said. "Careful people last." "I'm not a fighter," I said. Mason smiled. "Good. Fighters get romantic about violence." He tapped the cigarette against the can ash falling in that same reddish dust. "What I need," he said, "is someone who can move through a problem without making noise. Someone who can keep their mouth shut and their hands steady." I didn't answer right away. The air was thick and my cafecito buzz had turned into a low hum of anxiety. Mason pushed off the SUV and opened the driver's door. "Nobody gets hurt if they move," he said casually, like he was repeating a rule he'd learned in childhood. That's the truth. People get hurt when they dig in, when they make it about pride. If they just move, everybody lives. It sounded reasonable on the surface. It sounded like mercy. But something in his tone, something flat, made the sentence feel like a threat. Because move didn't mean relocate to a better house. It meant get out of the way. It meant become invisible. It meant disappear quietly so someone else could build something where you used to stand. I didn't have the language for that poison yet, but I felt it in my spine like a cold draft. Mason watched me for a moment, then said, "I've got a real job coming." "Clean lawyer? Big money? Overseas?" He said overseas like it was nothing. Like the world was just one long highway and he could drive it without stopping. He opened the passenger door for me, not politely, but as a signal that the decision was already made. "You willing to travel?" he asked. And before I could answer, before I could think about what kind of work required clean lawyers and foreign flights, the stale tobacco smell hit me again, brief and heavy, like someone had breathed it out right between us. Mason didn't react. He didn't even blink. He just waited, watching me the way he watched the street, calm, patient, certain that sooner or later everything moves when pressure is applied. Chapter 1. The offer, approximately 200 words. The steakhouse was the kind of place that tried too hard to feel timeless. Dark wood, leather booths, low lamps that made everyone look healthier than they were. soft jazz spilling from hidden speakers like a perfume meant to cover up the real smell of money. Outside, Miami traffic hissed past in warm sheets, but inside it was all controlled temperature and controlled voices. Mason picked the restaurant, because Mason always picked places where the staff knew how to mind their business. A host in a black vest led us to a corner booth without asking questions. The table was already set with a bread basket and a plate of butter so pale and cold, it looked like wax. When I touched the knife to it, it didn't spread. It cracked. Across from me, Mason sat with his hands folded, posture relaxed but eyes active. He watched the room the way people watch storm clouds, calm but ready to move if the shape changed. The lawyer arrived 10 minutes late on purpose. He was mid-40s, clean haircut, the kind of face you'd see on local news, standing behind a podium explaining a corporate statement about unexpected challenges. He wore a tailored suit that didn't wrinkle when he sat, and he smiled like he practiced in a mirror. "Gentlemen," he said, slipping into the booth beside Mason like we were all colleagues. He placed a leather folder on the table and didn't order a drink. That told me more than any resume could. The waiter came, poured water, offered specials. The lawyer nodded politely and sent him away. Mason didn't even glance at the menu. Neither did I. The lawyer opened the folder and slid out a single page, a satellite image. At first glance, it was just green, an ocean of jungle canopy, dense and textured, broken by the thin silver line of a river. There were no roads, no grids, no signs of anything modern except a faint rectangle of cleared land on one edge like a bite taken from the forest. Near the center, almost lost in the pattern, there was a cluster of tiny shapes. Roof lines, smoke stains, a few footpaths that only made sense if you'd grown up looking at maps and learning how people moved. It was so small on the page that part of my brain tried to dismiss it like it was a typo. That the lawyer said tapping the cluster gently is the complication. He didn't say village, he didn't say families, he didn't say people, he said complication. Mason leaned forward, interested. "Ownership clear," the lawyer replied smoothly. "My client has legal title. The purchase is finalized. Surveying is complete. But there's lingering occupancy. Occupancy. Like we were talking about squatters in an abandoned house." My eyes stayed on the image. The green around the tiny cluster made it look fragile, like a patch of skin surrounded by bruising. "What exactly are we doing?" I asked. The lawyer's smile tightened, not from anger, more like he'd expected the question, and found it mildly inconvenient. "We're facilitating relocation," he said. "There will be compensation, humanitarian support, transportation." Mason nodded like he'd heard this line before. "How long?" Mason asked. "Time is a factor," the lawyer said, and his tone shifted slightly. That was the first real truth he'd spoken. "My client has contractors scheduled. Equipment, personnel, permits, there are cascading costs." Cascading costs. The kind of phrase you use when you want to make a human problem sound like a spreadsheet. Mason glanced at me just once. Not a warning, a cue. He wanted me to shut up, but my mouth was already open. "Are there families?" I asked. The lawyer held my gaze for a moment, and in that pause I saw something I didn't like, an emptiness behind the politeness, like a house with staged furniture. "Of course," he said finally, as if the question was naive. "It's a community. Community. That warm, harmless word you put on brochures." I waited for more, for an assurance, for details. The lawyer offered none. Mason stepped in smoothly, rescuing the conversation from anything resembling conscience. "We can do this, clean," Mason said, voice calm, professional. "No injuries, no headlines." My guy here, he gestured at me like I was a tool, handles logistics and keeps things quiet. The lawyer nodded. Discretion is vital. Mason leaned back. Then we're aligned. The way they spoke made my skin crawl. Not because it was openly cruel, because it was normal, because it was the language of business, because it turned lives into variables. The waiter returned with steaks we hadn't ordered yet. Mason had arranged it ahead of time. A thick cut for him, rare enough to still look alive. Something smaller for me that I barely touched. The lawyer didn't eat at all. He watched. He listened. He confirmed that we were the kind of men who could swallow something ugly without choking. Payment, Mason asked, wiping his mouth. The lawyer slid another sheet across. Numbers printed cleanly in black. A down payment wired within hours. The remainder upon completion. A bonus clause if it happened before the contractor timeline. My throat went dry. The number was obscene compared to my life at that moment. It was rent for a year. It was a new car. It was debt erased. It was also a hook. I stared at the satellite image again. The cluster of roofs looked like a bruise under the canopy. The more I looked, the more it stopped being abstract. I could almost see people walking those narrow paths. Children, dogs, smoke from cooking fires. I tried to imagine someone coming into my neighborhood and calling my house lingering occupancy. My stomach turned. Mason's hand landed on the table, firm, decisive. "We'll need coordinates," he said, and he made it sound like we were planning a fishing trip. The lawyer slid a card over with numbers printed on it. Coordinates, a deadline, a contact, a secure messaging handle. He didn't mention names. He never named the client. He never named the community. He never named what would happen if they didn't move. That was the elegance of it. He didn't have to. The pressure was implied. Mason pocketed the card like it was nothing. Any other considerations, Mason asked. The lawyer hesitated. Just a fraction, enough that I saw it. There are local sensitivities, he said carefully. Superstitions, stories. The people there can be resistant. They may attempt to frighten you. Mason laughed once quiet. We've been frightened before. The lawyer's smile returned. Of course. He closed the folder. My client appreciates your professionalism. This is an opportunity to resolve a situation without unnecessary conflict. Without unnecessary conflict. The butter on my plate had warmed slightly and begun to sweat. It looked like something dead trying to melt back into life. The lawyer stood, smoothed his jacket, and nodded to us, as if we'd just finalized a contract for landscaping. Then he was gone. Mason watched him leave, then turned to me with that same calm certainty he always wore. That's real money, he said. You in? I didn't answer right away. I should have said no. I should have pushed the satellite image back and told Mason he could find someone else. Someone colder, someone who wouldn't ask about families. But the number on that page sat in my mind like a bright coin, and my life at that moment was a stack of unpaid bills and cheap motel carpet and overdraft alerts. So I nodded. Mason smiled, satisfied, and took another bite of steak. Good, he said. We leave in 48 hours. Later that night, alone in my motel room, I couldn't sleep. The air conditioner clicked on and off like a cheap metronome. Cars passed on the highway outside their tires, making that endless wet hiss against the road. The room smelled like bleach and old fabric, and underneath it, faintly, tobacco. I told myself it was just the motel, just someone breaking the no smoking rule. I pulled out the satellite printout Mason had let me keep and stared at it under the harsh light of the bedside lamp. Green, river, tiny cluster, complication. My fingers hovered over it like I could feel heat through paper. I wanted to prove to myself that my unease was irrational, that it was just nerves, that this was a job like any other, only bigger. So I did what I always did when I was anxious. I looked closer. I used my phone to take a picture of the printout, then zoomed in until the image pixelated and blurred. I adjusted brightness contrast the way you do when you're trying to pull meaning out of noise. The village grew larger, the rooftops resolving into shapes. I could see footpaths more clearly. And then I saw something else. Deeper in the forest, far from the cluster, there was an irregular patch where the canopy wasn't green. It was darker, almost black, like a stain. Not a cleared rectangle like the contractor site. This patch had ragged edges, the kind you get from fire, not machinery. A burn scar, old. Big enough that it couldn't be an accident. My skin went cold. I zoomed further, and for a second my brain tried to explain it away, light distortion shadow from clouds, a quirk of the satellite image. But the shape was too specific, too organic, like something had been erased there. A settlement, a camp, another community, another complication solved. I sat back on the bed and stared at the screen until my eyes watered. My phone buzzed, then a notification from the encrypted app Mason had installed earlier. A message from him. Flight details incoming. Don't overthink it. I stared at that sentence. Don't overthink it. That's what people say when they don't want you to notice the smell of smoke. I went to the bathroom sink and ran water over my hands, even though they weren't dirty. I watched the water swirl down the drain like it was carrying something away. When I looked up, my face in the mirror seemed unfamiliar, as if I'd already become someone else. I turned off the faucet and listened. For a moment in the quiet between the air conditioner cycles, I thought I heard something soft from the hallway outside. Not footsteps, a drag, wet and slow, like a hand being pulled along the concrete. I held my breath until the sound faded or until my imagination gave up. The next day, travel prep became my whole life. Burner phone activated with cash, prepaid card, fake consulting invoice with a generic company name and a vague line item operational support. I withdrew money in small amounts from different ATMs because that's what you do when you don't want patterns. I packed light 2 changes of clothes, gloves, a headlamp, a first aid kit I prayed I wouldn't need. Mason sent me a list of do's and don'ts like he was planning a vacation. Don't post photos. Don't tell anyone where you are. Don't say the word job on the phone. He didn't add the most important rule because I didn't know it yet. Don't believe you're just moving people. Because moving people is never clean, not really. And some places don't just remember what you did. They remember how you talked about it. That night before I turned off the lamp, I looked at the satellite photo one last time and tried to shrink the village back into dots. Tried to make it abstract again. Tried to make it easier. It didn't work. I told myself it was just relocation. I didn't understand the forest was listening to the wording. Chapter 2. Heat green and the first warning, approximately 2,050 words. The heat hit me before the country did. Not when the plane touched down before that, when the cabin door opened and the air outside rushed in like a living thing. It wasn't warm. It was wet, thick enough to feel like you were breathing through cloth. The kind of heat that doesn't sit on your skin, it climbs under it. It wraps your ribs. It makes your shirt cling to your back in the time it takes to stand up. The airport was small and loud in a way American airports aren't. No soothing announcements, no perfectly spaced lines. Just crowds pressed together, voices overlapping, fluorescent lights humming above everyone's heads, like insects trapped in glass. We moved through immigration behind a family with too many bags and a man with sweat staining the back of his collar. The line crawled. The air smelled like diesel and disinfectant, like someone had tried to clean over something permanent. A fan in the corner pushed hot air in circles. When I reached the counter, the agent stared at my passport like he was offended by it. He typed slowly, then asked questions in a flat tone I had to strain to understand. "Purpose of visit consulting," Mason said before I could answer. He smiled politely, the same smile he used on receptionists and security guards and anyone else whose job it was to decide if you belonged. The agent looked from Mason to me and back again. His eyes paused on my hands, then on my shoes, then on the bag slung over my shoulder. The gaze wasn't suspicious. It was bored. That was worse. Finally, he stamped our passports with a heavy thunk that sounded like a door closing. Outside baggage claim, the first thing I bought was water. Bottled water that was warm before I twisted the cap off. The plastic was thin and slightly dented. The label was sun-faded. I drank anyway, because thirst in that kind of heat feels like panic. The currency in my pocket was worn and soft, like it had passed through too many hands. Bills that smelled faintly of sweat and smoke and oil. The numbers on them didn't mean anything to me yet, which made spending feel like gambling. Mason didn't seem affected. He moved through the crowd like he owned the building, like he'd memorized every exit on the way in. He didn't drink water. He didn't wipe sweat. He looked comfortable, which made me uneasy. Comfort in a foreign place means either confidence or ignorance. Mason wasn't ignorant. A man was waiting for us just outside the terminal under a faded sign with missing letters. He was lean mid-30s, wearing a baseball cap pulled low and a button-down shirt that clung to him with humidity. He smiled wide when he saw Mason and shook his hand like they were cousins. "Mr. Mason," he said in careful English. "Welcome." Mason nodded. "This is my associate." The man turned to me and shook my hand. His palm was calloused warm. His smile looked real. "Call me Luis," he said. "I driver, fixer. The kind of person who makes a job possible without ever being fully part of it." Luis led us to a dusty SUV parked at the edge of a lot where the pavement broke apart into patches. The vehicle was older than the rentals back in Miami, paint-faded windows, tinted dark. The air inside smelled like sun-baked vinyl and faint gasoline. Luis turned the key, and the engine rattled awake reluctantly, like an animal that didn't want to get up. We pulled away from the airport into streets that felt like they were always mid-motion vendors calling mopeds, weaving trucks, idling. The city was a blur of bright colors and peeling paint. Laundry hung from balconies. Dogs lay in the shade like they'd given up on heat years ago. I watched it all through the window like a documentary. Mason sat in the front seat, elbow on the door, watching the road and saying nothing. He was already in work mode, which for him meant silent calculation. I tried to make conversation because silence in an unfamiliar place can turn into paranoia fast. "How far is it?" I asked Luis. Luis hesitated, eyes on the road. "Depends." "On what?" "On rain," he said. "On road, on people." I waited for him to explain, but he didn't. After a few miles, the traffic thinned. Buildings turned into low concrete blocks, then into scattered houses, then into nothing but roadside stands and patches of rough grass. The air coming through the cracked window smelled of damp earth and exhaust. I noticed something else too. The sky looked heavier, not cloudy, just thick, like it was pressing down. Luis drove with one hand on the wheel, the other resting near the gear shift, like he was ready to drop into a lower gear without warning. He avoided potholes with the skill of someone who'd learned the road through pain. Any issues with the area? Mason asked finally. Luis kept his eyes forward. People don't like outsiders. Mason smirked. People never do. Luis didn't smile back. He glanced at the rearview mirror briefly, then lowered his voice slightly. Some places, he said, you don't go at night. Why? I asked. Luis's shoulders tightened. It's not safe. Mason laughed softly. It's always not safe. That's why we pay you. Luis's jaw clenched. He didn't respond. The highway ended without ceremony. The smooth pavement turned into rough asphalt, then into packed dirt. The SUV jolted over ruts and my teeth clicked together. The road narrowed, swallowed by vegetation that pressed in close on both sides. And then the green started. Not park green, not golf course green. A deep, layered green that looked like it had been building on itself for centuries. Vines twisting over trunks, ferns broad enough to hide a person, leaves wet with their own breath. The forest felt less like a place and more like a wall. The deeper we drove, the less light made it through the canopy. The air smelled like rot and rain, and something faintly sweet like fruit decaying somewhere unseen. The soundscape changed too. At first it was loud cicadas, whining birds calling, insects buzzing like electrical wires, a constant living noise that filled every gap. Then without warning, it would drop out. A pocket of silence. Not quiet. Silence. As if someone had closed a door on sound. The first time it happened, I thought the SUV had stalled. I looked at the dashboard expecting warning lights, but the engine was running. The tires were moving. Luis didn't react. The insects returned seconds later, flooding back in like water released from a dam. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like warm plastic from the bottled water. Does it always do that? I asked. Luis didn't look at me. Sometimes. What causes it? He shrugged slightly. Forest. Mason rolled his eyes. Superstitions, he muttered like the word tasted bad. Luis's knuckles tightened on the steering wheel. We drove for hours. The road twisted, turned, dipped. Sometimes it widened enough for two vehicles to pass. Most of the time, it didn't. The SUV bounced and rattled like it was being shaken apart by the earth. At some point, we stopped at a roadside stand where the dirt road widened into a little clearing. A few wooden tables under a sagging tarp, a cooler with ice that looked gray, a woman selling fruit and bottled drinks, a boy sitting on a crate watching the road with the bored patience of someone who'd been raised by waiting. Luis got out first. He spoke to the woman in low tones, quick words I didn't understand. Mason stepped out, stretching like he'd been in a business class seat instead of a cramped SUV. I got out last and immediately felt the humidity wrap around me again. The air here was thicker, like the forest held it close. The woman glanced at me, then at Mason. Her eyes stayed on Mason longer. Not fear, something else. Something like she was memorizing him. I tried to smile politely. She didn't smile back. Luis handed me a bottle of water. It was colder than the airport bottles, but only barely. As we stood there, I became aware of how the locals were looking at us. Not curious, not hostile, just attentive. The boy on the crate stopped pretending to be bored. His gaze tracked our hands, our shoes, the way we held our bottles. Another man across the clearing leaned against a motorbike and watched without moving. It wasn't the kind of attention you get in tourist spots. It felt like we'd walked into a room where people had been waiting. Mason didn't notice or pretended not to. He took out a cigarette and lit it, exhaling smoke casually into the wet air. Luis's head snapped toward him so fast it startled me. He said something sharp in his language, and Mason looked at him with mild annoyance. What? Mason asked. Luis switched to English, voice low. "Not here," he said. "Please." Mason smiled like he'd been asked to turn down music. "Relax." Luis leaned closer, eyes serious now. "Not here," he repeated. "No smoke." Mason's smile thinned. "Why your stand has a no-smoking policy." Luis's gaze flicked to the boy on the crate, then to the trees, then back to Mason. His voice dropped further. "Don't take smoke into places with children," he said. The words landed wrong in my chest. Not because of what they meant, because of how he said them. Like it wasn't advice, like it was a rule. Mason laughed, an easy sound. "Is that a folktale?" he asked. "Forest spirits don't like cigarettes." Luis didn't laugh. He looked past us into the trees, and for a moment his face tightened with something close to fear. "It's not about cigarettes," he said quietly. Mason flicked ash toward the dirt, careless. "Sure." The woman selling fruit crossed herself quickly, almost too fast to notice. Then she looked away like she hadn't done it. I felt a chill run up my spine despite the heat. "Why smoke?" I asked before I could stop myself. Luis's eyes met mine. Something in them softened slightly, like he could tell I was the one who still had questions. "Because smoke goes first," he said. "Before fire, before people wake. Smoke goes into lungs while they sleep." I stared at him. The boy on the crate spoke suddenly, a short sentence in his language, pointing his chin toward Mason's cigarette. Luis replied sharply. The boy fell silent again. Mason exhaled smoke and waved a hand like he was swatting away gnats. "We're not here to listen to campfire stories," he said. "We're here to work." Luis didn't argue further. He just turned away, paid the woman, and got back into the driver's seat. As we pulled out, I looked back at the stand. The woman was still watching us go. Her hand rested on the boy's shoulder, protective. The man on the motorbike didn't move. They watched like they'd seen outsiders come down this road before, and like they knew how the story ended. The sun was low by the time the road narrowed again, and the forest pressed in tighter. Dusk in the jungle isn't like dusk in the suburbs. It doesn't gently fade. It drops fast, like someone dimming a switch. Shadows pooled between trunks. The air cooled just enough to make sweat feel clammy. The insects got louder, then suddenly stopped again. Silence. This time it lasted longer. Even Luis seemed tense. His shoulders rose slightly. His eyes flicked to the side mirrors more often. Mason leaned back, relaxed, like he enjoyed making the world prove it could scare him. Then I saw it. A shape on a tree trunk to the right, just beyond the road's edge. A smear of red-brown against bark. At first, my brain tried to label it as mud, sap, a stain. But the shape had fingers, long fingers, spread wide, a handprint, too high up to be human, 8, maybe 9 feet above the ground. My breath caught. "Luis," I said sharply. He glanced over. What I pointed. "Stop." Luis hit the brakes, and the SUV skidded slightly on the dirt, coming to a jerky halt. Mason sighed like I'd interrupted something important. What now? I opened the door and stepped out, my boots sinking slightly into damp earth. The forest smelled darker here, like wet leaves and something metallic. I walked toward the tree, eyes locked on the mark. It was there. I was sure it was there. I reached the edge of the road close enough to see the bark texture clearly, and the mark was gone. No smear, no stain, no red. Just rough brown bark, wet with evening. I stared at the spot, blinking, trying to force my eyes to make sense of what they'd seen. Behind me, the SUV's headlights swept as Luis adjusted the angle beams, cutting through the trees. The light hit the trunk. Nothing. Mason laughed once, a short sound. "You jumping at shadows now? I saw it," I said, voice sharper than I meant. "A handprint." Mason got out too slower, like he was humoring me. He walked up beside me, looked at the trunk, and shrugged. "Congratulations," he said. "You discovered trees." Luis stayed in the driver's seat. He didn't laugh. He didn't get out. His hands stayed on the wheel like he was ready to leave immediately. "Get back in," he said, voice tight. I hesitated, scanning the surrounding trees. The forest felt close, like it was leaning. The silence returned in a thin strip, as if the insects were listening too. Then, from deeper inside the green, I heard something that made my stomach drop. A soft sound. Not a bird, not an animal call. A wet drag. Slow. Like something moving its hand along wood. I froze. Mason didn't seem to hear it. Or if he did, he didn't acknowledge it. "Let's go," he said, already turning back toward the SUV. I followed my skin-crawling eyes darting from trunk to trunk. When I slid into the back seat, I could still smell tobacco in the air, even though Mason had tossed his cigarette out miles back. Luis drove faster after that tire's spitting dirt headlights tunneling through the dusk. I kept looking at the trees as they passed, searching for red. I didn't see it again, but the feeling stayed. That we had been noticed. That the forest had heard our words. And that somewhere ahead, beyond the road and the thick green wall, there were children sleeping while smoke waited to go first. Chapter 2. The village as a living place. Approximately 2,100 words. We didn't drive straight into the village. Mason called it tactics. Luis called it respect. I could tell by the way Luis's shoulders stayed tight that he didn't like the idea of us being seen too early. Like the forest kept its own gossip, and the wrong eyes could carry news faster than phones. So we approached indirectly, turning off the main dirt track onto something narrower, 2 worn tire grooves, pressed into mud, swallowed on both sides by vegetation. So thick, it felt like the road was an accident the jungle hadn't bothered to correct. Branches slapped the SUV. Leaves scraped the windows. The air smelled greener here, sharp sap and warm soil, like the forest had a mouth and we'd driven too close to its teeth. Luis killed the engine at a spot where the trees opened just enough to let in a slice of light. He pointed without looking directly at us. "From here," he said, "you walk." Mason frowned. Why Luis's voice stayed careful. If they hear the vehicle, they watch. If they watch, they decide. Mason snorted. "They're already deciding." Luis ignored that. He grabbed a small bag from under his seat and handed each of us a cheap cloth mask, not for sickness, for dust, for smoke, for keeping your face from being remembered too clearly. "Stay quiet," he said. "Don't touch things." Mason rolled his eyes but took the mask anyway. We followed Luis into the green. Within a few minutes, the road noise vanished behind us. The only sounds were insects and our own footfalls in wet leaf litter. The ground was soft enough that every step felt like it sank into layers, rotted leaves over older rotted leaves over soil that smelled alive. The humidity wrapped around me like a wet blanket. Sweat ran down my ribs and pooled at my waistband. I kept wiping my hands on my pants without realizing it, like I could wipe off the feeling of being somewhere I shouldn't be. Luis moved ahead with the quiet confidence of someone who'd learned to live inside the forest without challenging it. Mason and I followed, less graceful. I kept catching myself stepping on sticks that snapped too loud. After 10 minutes, I started to hear something that wasn't the forest. A human rhythm. Not words too far. Just a distant rise and fall like music traveling through trees. A drum beat maybe, or someone tapping on wood. Something steady and stubborn. Luis stopped and crouched behind a thicket, motioning for us to get low. Through the leaves, I saw the first sign of the village, a thin line of smoke rising straight up through the canopy, pale gray against green. Not a wildfire plume. Cooking smoke. My stomach tightened. Mason leaned closer. There he whispered like spotting prey. We moved again, staying inside the cover of trees, circling until the foliage thinned and the village revealed itself in pieces. It wasn't a cluster of structures like on the satellite photo. It was a place. Laundry hung between posts, bright cloth fluttering like flags. Dogs lay in patches of shade with their heads up, eyes tracking movement. Chickens scratched at the ground. A woman carried a bucket of water with a posture that said she'd been doing it since she was a child. And there were kids more than I expected. Kids running barefoot, shrieking with laughter, chasing each other around a cooking fire. A little boy dragging a stick like it was a sword. A girl with braids balancing something on her head with effortless pride. I saw them first, and everything inside me shifted. It's easy to dehumanize occupancy on paper, a dot on a map, a complication in a folder. But you can't look at a child's knees, scraped and muddy, honest proof of play, and keep pretending you're just moving an obstacle. I felt a flash of my own childhood, sharp and sensory. A summer evening in Florida before my life turned into burner phones and motel rooms. My mother yelling my name from the porch because the streetlights were coming on. The taste of hose water. The smell of cut grass. The way the neighborhood kids scattered like birds when someone's dad came home angry. Nothing deep. Nothing poetic. Just the simple fact that I had been small once too, and someone had kept me alive. Luis stayed low and watched with a neutral expression that wasn't neutral at all. He was measuring their mood, their patterns, the way you watch a dog's ears to see if it's about to bite. Mason's impatience came off him like heat. "They look settled," he muttered. "They are settled," Luis whispered back. Mason looked at him annoyed. "They'll move when they're scared enough." Luis didn't respond. As we watched, an older man stepped into the open space near the center of the village. He wasn't dressed like a chief from a postcard. He wore practical clothes, worn and patched. His hair was gray and cropped short. His face was lined but not defeated. His eyes were alert. A spokesperson. An elder. Someone who carried the village's decisions in his posture. He spoke, and the village responded not with fear, but with quick coordination. People moved with purpose, not panic. A few men stepped to the edges, scanning the tree line. Women gathered children closer without making a scene. Dogs rose to their feet, tails stiff. They didn't look like victims waiting to be saved. They looked like people who had survived things before. That made me colder than any ghost story. The elder walked toward the boundary, not toward us, but toward the trees, as if he knew where the watchers were. His gaze swept across the green. For a brief moment, his eyes passed over my hiding spot. I couldn't tell if he saw me through the leaves, but his expression didn't change. He didn't flinch. He didn't start shouting. He just held that calm certainty, like he'd already accepted what we were and decided it didn't matter. Luis inhaled quietly. "He knows," he murmured. Mason scoffed. "He doesn't know anything? He's guessing?" Luis's voice tightened. "He watches. They all watch." The elder stopped at a line that marked the edge of the village, a boundary that wasn't a fence or a wall, just a subtle change in the ground. Beyond it, the forest darkened, as if the canopy thickened by agreement. There were trees there, older and wider than the rest, their trunks scarred with marks. At first I thought the marks were natural bark damage, animal scratches. Then I leaned closer and realized they were carved. Symbols cut into the bark, deliberately old enough that the edges had started to swell and heal, but still visible. Repeated patterns. Lines and shapes that looked like warnings more than decoration. At the base of several trees, white powder had been sprinkled in thin arcs. Salt lines. They weren't neat, but they were intentional. Someone had drawn them like borders. Hanging from a low branch was a bundle of dried leaves tied with twine. When the breeze shifted, it swung gently, and the smell hit me faint but unmistakable. Tobacco. Not cigarette smoke. Raw tobacco leaves dried and bundled like an offering. Iron charms dangled from another branch, simple pieces of metal wrapped in wire clinking softly when the wind moved. Not jewelry, not pretty. Functional. I stared at them, my skin prickling. It was one thing to hear Luis warn about smoke and children. It was another to see an entire village living with rituals that looked like preparation. Like they weren't trying to ward off bad luck. They were trying to keep something at a distance. Mason leaned in, voice low and sharp. "Look at that," he whispered. "They're already scared. They just need a push." I didn't answer. My eyes stayed on the boundary line, on the salt, on the tobacco bundles swaying like small bodies. The elder spoke again, and a young man approached him, holding something, a small pouch. The elder took it and walked to one of the carved trees, kneeling briefly. He sprinkled a pinch of something salt, maybe, then pressed his palm flat against the trunk. It looked like a prayer, or a promise. Then he stood and turned slightly, as if he could sense exactly where we were crouched. This time his eyes stopped closer to my position. He didn't look angry. He looked tired. And beneath the tiredness, there was certainty. The kind you see in people who have already accepted that the world is unfair and still refuse to kneel to it. He said something short and firm. Luis translated in a whisper. He says, "You can't buy this place." Mason's jaw tightened. "We're not buying it." Luis's eyes flicked to him. He knows. Mason's impatience thickened. "Then tell him to move." Luis shook his head. "He doesn't move because you tell him. He moves because the forest tells him." Mason stared at Luis like he'd just insulted him. "You keep talking like that," Mason said softly, "and I'm going to wonder whose side you're on." Luis didn't flinch, but his voice dropped. "I'm on the side that keeps me alive." Something about that sentence settled in my stomach like a stone. I kept watching the kids. A little girl broke away from a group and ran toward the boundary chasing a dog. The dog darted near the salt line, stopped, and backed away with a small whine. The girl giggled and tried again. The dog refused. Her smile faded. She glanced toward the carved trees, then turned and ran back to the village without crossing the line. That detail, small, ordinary, made my throat tighten. Even the dogs knew. A child coughed then. A normal cough, the kind kids do when they've breathed too much cooking smoke or swallowed wrong. It was close enough that I could hear it clearly. I didn't react at first. Then a second later, I heard the same cough again. Not from the village. From deeper in the trees behind the boundary. The sound was softer, as if muffled by leaves, but it was the same rhythm, 2 quick coughs, then a wet little choke. I froze. The hairs on my arms rose despite the heat. I looked at Luis. His face had gone still, eyes fixed on the dark line of trees. Mason didn't seem to hear it, or he chose not to. "You hear that?" I whispered. Luis didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was barely audible. "Don't repeat it," he said. "What? Don't make it a game," Luis murmured. "If you answer, it answers." My mouth went dry. I stared into the green beyond the salt line, trying to see movement. Nothing moved. No animal, no shadow. Just leaves and darkness and carved marks like scars. I told myself the second cough could have been an echo, a bird mimicking sound, a trick of distance. But my body knew the difference between echo and reply. A child in the village stopped running and turned toward our hiding spot. He was maybe 8 or 9, thin, with large eyes and dirt on his shins. His face was blank in a way that didn't belong on a child's face. He stared directly through the foliage. At me. For a second, I wondered if I'd shifted, made noise, revealed myself. I held still, barely breathing. The boy raised his hand, not to wave, not to threaten, just lifted it and pointed upward toward the trees at the boundary. He said something clear and simple. Luis translated without taking his eyes off the line of carved trunks. "The trees have hands," he whispered. The boy kept staring, and I couldn't tell if he was warning me or reminding me of something I was about to learn the hard way. Chapter 2. The plan gets finalized. Approximately 2,150 words. Mason didn't argue with the village. He didn't threaten them, didn't march up to the elder, didn't wave paperwork in anyone's face like a bad movie. That wasn't his style. Mason never wrestled with a problem in public when he could simply apply pressure somewhere else and let the problem collapse on its own. That night, we stayed in a concrete guest house on the edge of a larger town, one of those places that advertised eco-tours in faded paint, but still had rebar sticking out of the roof like broken bones. The rooms were clean enough if you didn't look too closely. The sheets smelled like bleach. The fan on the ceiling clicked on every rotation, a steady metal tick that wormed into my skull. Luis refused to stay with us. He dropped us off, unloaded our bags, and stood by the SUV with his hands in his pockets, eyes avoiding the tree line like it might be listening. "I come back in the morning," he said. Mason raised an eyebrow. "You're our driver." Luis nodded once. "Driver, yes. Night." "No." Mason's smile didn't reach his eyes. Afraid of ghost stories, Luis didn't bite. He just looked at me briefly, and there was something in that look that felt like a warning passed hand to hand. "Don't bring smoke," he said quietly, as if repeating it could make it stick. Then he got in the SUV and left. Mason watched the taillights vanish and laughed under his breath. "Good," he said. "Less noise." I didn't laugh. In the room, Mason spread out his gear like he was setting up for a camping trip, maps, coordinates, a cheap compass. He didn't need a weather app on his phone. He moved with the calm efficiency of someone who had done ugly things often enough that his body treated them like routine. "Tomorrow we meet the guys," he said. "The guys I asked." Mason glanced at me like I was slow. "Local hands. We don't do the lighting ourselves. We don't even need to be there when it happens. We just make it possible." I sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the ceiling fan click. "Are we really doing this?" I asked. Mason didn't look up. "We're already doing it. That village, those kids." Mason's hand paused over the map. He turned his head slowly toward me. "You want to get sentimental, do it after you get paid," he said. "Not before." I swallowed. My mouth tasted like warm, bottled water and guilt. "I'm serious," I said. "If we're forcing them out, then we force them out." "We don't." I stopped because I didn't want to say the word. "Fire, smoke, kids." Mason's eyes stayed steady. "We're not killing anyone." "How do you know?" My voice came out sharper than I intended. "Fire spreads." Smoke. Mason's expression softened in a way that felt rehearsed. "Then we control the variables," he said, and he spoke like a contractor reviewing a job site. "Wind direction, timing, exits. We scare them hard enough to move, but we don't trap anybody. That's how you do this clean." Clean. That word again. I wanted to believe him. I needed to believe him because the alternative was admitting I was about to be part of something that would stain me permanently. "Just scare them," I said. "No one inside. Make sure it's empty. Make sure there are routes out. You hear me?" Mason nodded immediately, too quickly. "Of course," he said. That's the plan. The ease of his agreement should have comforted me. Instead, it made me feel worse, like he'd already decided what he was going to do, and my words were just something to humor. We met the hired men the next afternoon behind a tire shop, where the air smelled like rubber and oil. The place was fenced in with corrugated metal sheets. Dogs wandered in and out, ribs showing eyes dull. A radio played somewhere inside the shop, tinny music pulsing under the sound of air compressors. 3 men waited near the back gate. Local, hard-faced. Not theatrical criminals, just men who looked like they'd learned early that certain jobs paid better than others. One of them wore a baseball cap with a cracked logo. Another had a scar running from his ear to his jawline, puckered and pale. The third was younger eyes, 2 bright hands, twitchy like he was excited. Mason approached them like he was meeting subcontractors. No handshakes, no introductions, just business. He opened a duffel bag and pulled out a thick envelope. Cash. American bills. The men watched the money the way starving people watch food. Mason spoke in English, slow and clear. Luis wasn't there to translate. That was intentional. Mason didn't want a conscience present. "We need a relocation," he said. "You make noise, you make fear. You do not trap anyone." The scar-faced man stared at him for a moment, then nodded once. No questions. No moral debate. The younger man glanced past Mason toward me, and I felt a sudden urge to step back, like his eyes carried a sickness. Mason handed the envelope over. The cap-wearing man counted the bills with fast fingers, not even trying to hide it. When he was done, he tucked the money inside his shirt, like it was part of his body. The transaction had the flat, ugly simplicity of buying something you shouldn't. Mason pointed at a crude map he'd drawn on paper. Coordinates and a boundary line. "Night," Mason said. "When they sleep. Smoke goes first. They leave. You watch the paths. You make sure they run the right way." The younger man smiled, and for a second his teeth looked too white in the shade. I spoke up before I could stop myself. "Not when they sleep," I said. My voice cracked slightly. "Do it when they're awake. Early evening. Give them time to get out." The men looked at me like they'd never heard someone complicate a simple thing. Mason's eyes slid to me. He didn't get angry. That was worse. He looked amused. "You hear him," Mason said to the men, still calm. "We do it in a way that keeps things simple." He said simple the way you'd say quiet. The scar-faced man nodded again. Still no questions. When the meeting was done, the men walked away without looking back, cash heavy against their ribs. The whole exchange took less than 5 minutes. And just like that, something irreversible became scheduled. That evening, Mason and I sat with our phones and ran through logistics like we were planning a military exercise. Wind direction measured by a cheap app and a wet finger held to the air. Routes out of the village. The direction the people would naturally run toward the river, toward the open area away from the thickest trees. A list of don'ts: don't corner them, don't block the main path, don't start too many fires at once. Mason talked in a low tone, steady and confident. Each decision clicked into place like a gear in a machine. The more he talked, the more I realized this wasn't improvisation. This was a template, a procedure. He'd done this before in other places with other complications, and he'd lived with it. I tried to imagine living with it. My stomach churned. Later, after Mason fell asleep, I couldn't. The guest house felt too small, walls too thin. The fans clicking sounded like a countdown. I got up, pulled on my boots, and stepped outside. The night air was cooler but still heavy. Insects screamed from the dark, a constant electric whine. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once and then stopped as if it had been warned. I walked alone toward the forest edge, not deep, just enough to feel the line where human light ended and green began. The trees were silhouettes against a sky with no stars. The canopy swallowed moonlight like a throat swallowing a pill. I stood there and listened. For a while it was just insects and my own breathing. Then the sound dropped out. A pocket of silence. It wasn't absolute, my ears still rang, and my blood still moved. But the forest's noise shut off so cleanly it felt deliberate. Like someone had pressed a finger to their lips. I turned slowly, scanning the darkness. And that's when I smelled it. Tobacco. Not drifting from a person, not smoke in the wind. A stale, heavy odor that sat right at nose level, intimate and wrong, as if someone had leaned close to exhale in my face. My skin tightened. I stepped back instinctively, boots scuffing the dirt. The silence held for a beat longer than it should have. Then the insects flooded back in, loud and frantic, and the tobacco smell faded like it had never existed. I told myself it was my imagination, that my brain was looking for patterns because I was anxious, but my body didn't relax. I kept walking, circling the perimeter near where the village boundary would be, using the coordinates on my phone like they were a compass. The ground here was uneven, broken by roots and depressions. The soil was damp enough to hold impressions, and I saw them. Not footprints, something else. A shallow, wide depression in the earth beside a tree, as if something heavy had crouched there for a long time. The leaves were flattened. The dirt was packed tight. It looked like a resting place, like a nest, like a place where something watched. I knelt and ran my gloved fingers over the compressed earth. Cold. Not night cold, not shade cold. Cold like it didn't belong in this climate. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I stood quickly, and that's when my flashlight beam caught something half buried a few yards away. Blackened wood. I walked closer, careful, and realized it wasn't a random piece of debris. It was a post. Burnt. Splintered at the top. Stuck in the ground at an angle like a broken tooth. I swung the flashlight around and found another and another. A line of them scattered beneath undergrowth. Not recent. Old. The wood was soft with rot, but the burn marks were still visible. I followed the line deeper, heart thudding, and found a shallow pit, an ash layer under thin soil, as if someone had buried a fire and tried to hide the evidence. I scraped at it with a stick. Gray ash, puffed up fine and dry, and under the ash, something pale, a small bone. I froze. It could have been an animal, a pig, a dog, a monkey. This forest had plenty of animals, but the shape of it, slender, smooth, made my stomach clench. I didn't dig further. I didn't want to know. The villagers' calm suddenly snapped into focus in my mind. They weren't calm because they were ignorant. They were calm because they'd seen this before. They had survived an attempt to erase them once, maybe more than once. And the forest, whatever hands lived in it, had responded. My mouth went dry. The flashlight felt too weak, its beam swallowed by the dark around it. I stood there alone, and for the first time since the steakhouse, I seriously considered leaving. Walking back to the guest house, grabbing my bag, telling Mason I was done. I imagined myself on a plane back in Florida, safe in a place with streetlights and police cars and laws. Then I imagined the satellite burn scar again, deeper in the forest. Another erased settlement. Another quiet solution. My stomach turned. I started walking back fast, as if speed could outrun the thoughts. When I reached the guest house, Mason was awake, sitting on the edge of his bed, with his phone lit in his hands. He looked like he'd been waiting. "You went for a walk," he said. It wasn't a question. I found something, I said, voice low. Burnt posts, ash pits, bones. Mason stared at me for a moment, then nodded as if I'd told him the weather. People burn things, he said. Not like that, I snapped. This has happened before. They've been attacked before. Mason's expression stayed calm, but his eyes sharpened. And maybe we shouldn't do this, I said, and the words felt like stepping off a ledge. Maybe we walk away. Mason's smile appeared slowly, not friendly, not amused, patient. Don't get soft now, he said. I stared at him. He reached into his bag and pulled out a second envelope of cash, the down payment. He tossed it onto my bed. It landed with a heavy thud like a heart dropping. You know what soft gets you? Mason asked quietly. Soft gets you broke. Soft gets you back in that Walmart parking lot staring at your phone like it's going to save you. He leaned closer, voice low enough that it felt like a private confession. You saw kids, he said. So did I. You think I don't know what this is? I know exactly what it is. His eyes stayed on mine. I also know the world doesn't reward guilt, he continued. It rewards results. You want to be the kind of person who walks away. Fine. Walk. But don't pretend you're righteous. You're just scared. The shame hit me hard, hot, and immediate because it wasn't entirely wrong. I was scared. Scared of fire. Scared of smoke. Scared of the bones under ash. Scared of the forest's silence and the tobacco smell that came from nowhere. Mason sat back satisfied. The job's decided, he said as if explaining something simple. All that's left is execution. I looked at the envelope on my bed, at the money, at the weight of it. Outside, the insects screamed, the fan clicked, and somewhere beneath all that sound in the spaces between, I thought I could hear something else, soft and slow like a wet hand dragging along wood, testing the edges of my life. I didn't realize the job was already decided. The only question left was who would pay. Chapter 3. The night set up approximately 2,050 words. Dusk in the forest didn't feel like an ending. It felt like the world taking a slow breath in. The heat eased just enough to make the sweat on my skin turn clammy. The light thinned under the canopy, filtering through leaves in long green shafts. Insects tuned themselves louder as if they knew night was coming and wanted to fill every space before the dark claimed it. From where we waited, the village looked almost peaceful. Not movie peaceful, not staged. Real peaceful routine. The kind of calm you only get when people have repeated the same day 1,000 times and learned where the dangers usually are. Cooking smoke rose from small fires, thin and gray, curling upward and disappearing into the canopy, like the forest was swallowing it. Someone hammered wood somewhere, steady knocks patient. A dog barked twice, then quieted, as if it had been told to stop. I watched the same scene until my eyes hurt, trying to force my brain to see it as a picture instead of a place. A place with people. A place with children. We weren't in the village. We were tucked into the trees at the boundary, where the carved marks and salt lines had been, where the iron charms clinked softly when the wind moved. We stayed low out of the open, hidden behind broad leaves, wet with their own breath. Luis wasn't there. Mason didn't want him there. Mason didn't want anyone nearby who could translate a warning into a conscience. The hired men arrived one by one through the green like they belonged to it. They didn't speak much. They didn't announce themselves. They didn't joke. Their calm had weight. I'd expected nerves, maybe even excitement, the twitchy energy of people about to do something violent. Instead, they moved like this was already done. Like they were just showing up to collect their part. The scar-faced man came first. He carried a small jerry can by the handle, swinging it lightly, as if it weighed nothing. The smell of fuel reached me in sour waves even before he got close. He kept his eyes down and his mouth shut. The cap-wearing man followed Han's empty pockets, bulging like he'd stuffed them with tools. He glanced once toward the village, and then away, expression blank. The younger one, the one with the bright eyes, came last. He smiled when he saw Mason, teeth flashing white in the dim. Mason gave them a short nod like a foreman counting his crew. No prayers, no hesitation, no talk of families. Just a few low sentences, directions, repeated like bullet points, where to start, where to stand, what paths not to block. I crouched there listening, and my mouth tasted metallic, like I'd bitten my tongue. My palms were damp inside my gloves. Sweat ran down my spine in slow lines. My heart beat too hard in my chest, thudding against ribs like it wanted out. I kept swallowing, trying to ease the tightness in my throat. It didn't help. The closer the night came, the more the village's routine started to feel like cruelty. A woman stepped out of one of the huts with a small metal bowl and a rag. She called softly, and a little boy trotted over. He'd been playing with two other kids, chasing a dog around a cooking fire, laughing loud enough that it carried into the trees. Now he slowed, obedient. He was maybe 5 or 6 barefoot knees coated in dirt. The woman dipped the rag in the bowl and began wiping his face. Not aggressive, not annoyed, tender. She held his chin in one hand and cleaned his cheeks with the other, wiping away dust and ash and the sticky residue of a day outdoors. The boy scrunched his nose and tried to pull away, smiling, and she clicked her tongue gently and kept going. It was such a small thing, such an ordinary thing, and it hit me like a punch, because I suddenly pictured that same rag wiping soot instead of dirt. I pictured her coughing eyes wide, trying to carry him through smoke. I pictured him calling for her and not understanding why the air hurt. My stomach cramped. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second and forced myself to breathe through my nose. The forest smell filled my lungs, wet leaves, soil rot, and underneath it, faintly, the sharp chemical edge of fuel. Mason's voice cut through my thoughts, low and controlled. "Positions," he said. The men shifted. The scar-faced one handed off the jerry can. The cap-wearing man moved toward the left side of the boundary, disappearing into the trees like he'd done it 100 times. The younger one stayed near Mason, waiting like a dog for a command. I leaned toward Mason, whispering through clenched teeth. "You said early evening," I murmured. "You said awake." Mason didn't look at me. His gaze stayed on the village, expression unreadable. "They're awake," he whispered back. "That kid I started." Mason's eyes flicked toward me briefly, and there was something sharp in them. "Do you want to do this yourself?" he asked softly. "You want to walk in there and negotiate?" My throat tightened. I didn't answer. Mason looked back toward the village. "Then stay quiet." The insects screamed louder, then suddenly silence, like someone had turned a dial down. The buzzing stopped. The birds stopped. Even the distant hammering from the village paused. My body reacted before my mind caught up. My shoulders rose. My breath stuttered. For a few seconds, there was nothing but the faint crackle of a cooking fire and my own pulse. The silence didn't feel empty. It felt attentive. Mason didn't react. The hired men didn't react either. They held still, heads angled slightly, as if they'd felt it too, but refused to acknowledge it. Then the insect noise returned in a rush, as if the forest had released it. I swallowed hard, tasting that metallic fear again. Minutes passed. The light dimmed further. The village began to settle. People moved inside huts. Fires were banked lower. Children were gathered close, their laughter quieting into murmurs. A dog trotted to the edge of the boundary line, sniffed at the air and froze. Its ears flattened. It backed away with a low whine. The dog knew. I wanted to stand up and shout, to warn them, to make it real. But my legs felt anchored. My hands shook slightly, and I kept rubbing my thumb against my glove like I could sand my nerves down. The younger hired man moved behind me without a sound. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear leaves crunch. I just felt the air shift. Then I turned my head. And a face was there, inches from mine. Eyes wide, teeth showing in a grin that didn't belong in this moment. His breath smelled like sour liquor and something earthy. His pupils looked too dark. My body flinched violently. I jerked back, elbow scraping, bark heart slamming so hard it made my vision sparkle. A sharp noise escaped my throat, half gasp, half curse. For one humiliating second, I was sure the village had heard me. The man's grin widened. He had done it on purpose, testing me, amusing himself. Mason didn't even glance over. The younger man leaned closer and whispered something in his language, a short sentence that sounded like a joke. He chuckled silently. Anger flashed through me, hot and useless. I wanted to hit him. I wanted to shove him away to make him feel fear the way I did. But violence wasn't my tool. It never had been, and he knew it. He stepped back into the dark, still smiling. My hands trembled. I clenched them until the gloves creaked. Mason finally turned, slightly watching me with mild interest. "You good?" he asked softly. I forced a breath. My chest hurt. Yeah, I lied. Mason's mouth twitched. He knew it was a lie. He accepted it anyway. He checked his phone. The screen glow lit his face from below, making his eyes look hollow. Then he looked at the hired men. "Ready?" he said. The scar-faced man nodded once. The cap-wearing man was already gone into position. The younger one rolled his shoulders, like he was loosening up for a game. Mason leaned toward me. "Final check," he whispered. "You ready?" I stared through the trees at the village, at the low fires, at the shadows moving inside huts, at the faint outlines of children being pulled indoors, at the mother who'd wiped her son's face, now lifting him up and carrying him, his head lolling sleepy against her shoulder. My throat burned. I wanted to say no. I wanted to say stop. Instead, because I was weak and broke and ashamed and trapped by my own earlier choices, I nodded. "Yeah," I said again. "I'm ready." Mason's gaze held mine for a beat longer than it needed to. Then he turned away, satisfied, and raised a hand slightly, the smallest gesture barely visible. A signal. The forest shifted around us. The air moved. A gust of wind cut through the trees, sudden and cold against my sweat-slick skin. Leaves fluttered. Smoke from the cooking fires bent sideways carried toward us. And with it came a smell so heavy and intimate it made my eyes water. Tobacco. Not faint. Not drifting. It hit my mouth like someone had exhaled straight into it, stale, thick, the taste of old spit and dried leaves. For a second, I couldn't breathe. I gagged softly, swallowing panic. Mason didn't react. The hired men didn't react. But I felt it deep in my chest, like a warning pressed into my lungs. "Don't take smoke into places with children." The words echoed in my skull as the wind died and the air went still again. Still enough that the next sound, when it came, would feel like the start of something you couldn't reverse. Chapter 3. The fire, approximately 2,150 words. It started with a sound so small I almost missed it. A soft fuff like someone blowing out a candle the wrong way. Then a thin tongue of flame appeared at the edge of a roof where dry palm and old wood met bright and delicate as a ribbon. For half a second, it looked harmless, almost pretty, the kind of fire you could crush with your boot if you got there fast enough. But the forest didn't give you half seconds. It took them back. The flame climbed, fed by resin and heat and years of sun-baked thatch. It crawled along the roofline with quiet hunger spreading in quick, deliberate steps, like it already knew where the air pockets were. Another flame answered on the far side of the village, then another small points of light blinking into existence, timed like signals. I looked at Mason, expecting him to flinch, to show something, anything. He watched like a man watching a clock. At first, the villagers didn't react. The fire was on the outskirts, and villages are used to smoke. Cooking smoke, trash smoke, the normal kind. But this smoke was different. This smoke didn't rise and fade. It poured low and thick, clinging to the ground before it lifted. It slipped under door gaps and between slats. It found cracks with a patience that felt intelligent. It crawled into the spaces people thought were safe. "Smoke goes first," Luis had said. Now I understood what he meant. Fire announces itself. Fire is visible. Smoke is quiet. Smoke is a thief. The first cough came from inside a hut, a sharp little sound like a child swallowing wrong. Then another cough answered, adult, deeper. Then a scream cut through it all, sudden and raw, and the village went from routine to chaos in a breath. People poured out of doorways, some half-dressed eyes, wide hands flying to mouths. Shadows stumbled and collided. A dog barked frantic and high. Chickens shrieked as they scattered. The music that had been drifting earlier, the steady rhythm, snapped off like someone had yanked a plug from the world. Flames jumped higher, and then the wind shifted. Not a breeze, a shove. Smoke that had been drifting upward suddenly leaned sideways, pushed straight into the village center, like a hand pressed over a mouth. The forest went silent again. Not fully, there were still screams, still crackles, but the insects stopped, and in that sudden absence, the human sounds became sharper, uglier. Every cough sounded wet. Every cry sounded too loud, too close. I stood frozen for one horrible second, watching the scene unfold, as if it wasn't connected to my body, as if I could wake up and reset it. Mason's hired men moved like they were executing a drill. One of them trotted along the edge torch and hand-feeding flame to another roof eyes blank. The younger one laughed under his breath like he'd won something. I couldn't take it. My legs moved before my brain gave permission. I pushed out of the trees and ran toward the nearest path, shouting words I didn't even understand, in their language, gesturing hard, pointing away from the thickest smoke. Go this way," I yelled, voice cracking. A man stumbled toward me with a child in his arms. The child's face was smeared with ash eyelashes, clumped gray. The kid's mouth opened, trying to breathe, and a thin wheeze came out instead of air. The man's eyes met mine, wild, accusing, not understanding who I was, only that I was standing where no stranger should be standing. I grabbed his shoulder and shoved him toward the clearer side of the village. "Out," I snapped, pointing. "Out. River, go." He didn't need the words. He needed the direction. He stumbled away, clutching the child tighter, moving like his spine had turned to rope. Smoke thickened behind us. It wasn't just in the air anymore. It was in the space between people. It turned the village into a blurred, choking maze. You could hear bodies running and colliding, but you couldn't always see them until they were right on top of you. I coughed once and felt the smoke bite the back of my throat like hot sand. My eyes watered instantly. A woman ran past carrying a toddler. The toddler wasn't crying. That terrified me more than screaming. The child's head lolled against her shoulder, and the woman's face was twisted with panic and determination. Someone shouted from inside a hut words I couldn't understand, but the tone was unmistakable help. I ran toward it. The hut's doorway was a rectangle of smoke and flickering orange. Heat rolled out in waves, turning the air thick. I ducked and pushed inside, immediately blinded. Smoke pressed against my face, forcing its way into my nose and mouth. The world narrowed into burning wood smell and crackling and the sound of coughing too close. "Hey!" I yelled. "Come on!" A shape moved in the corner, small, lower than it should have been. A child on the floor. I lunged, grabbed blindly, and my hand slammed into a doorframe as I tried to steady myself. Something warm and wet coated my glove. For a second, stupidly, I thought it was condensation, sweat, rain. Then my fingers slipped. I looked down. The wetness wasn't clear. It was dark, slick, smeared with soot, and underneath the soot was a thin, bright streak that caught the firelight wrong. Blood, not a spray. Not a dramatic wound, just a smear like someone had scraped their hand raw against the frame in panic, leaving skin behind and blood mixed with ash. My stomach lurched. I wiped my glove against my pants without thinking, as if I could erase what I'd touched. The child on the floor coughed a wet, choking sound that made my chest tighten. I dropped to my knees, felt the heat through my jeans, and reached for them. My hands found a small shoulder, a thin arm. The kid was light in the way children are when they're not fully grown, yet too easy to lift, too easy to lose. I dragged them toward the doorway, my own lungs starting to burn. The smoke inside the hut was thicker, heavier, as if it preferred the enclosed space. It poured into my mouth when I gasped. It tasted like bitterness and old wood and something metallic. The child's head lolled against my arm. They weren't screaming. They were making that same wet cough, quiet and rhythmic, like their body was trying to push the smoke back out and failing. I hauled them outside. The air was only slightly better still, smoky, still hot, but at least it moved. I staggered, coughing hard, now eyes streaming. A man grabbed the child from me and ran. I stood there, bent over, hands on my knees, trying to suck in enough oxygen to stay upright. The village had become a frenzy of movement and sound. People shouting names, someone crying out in grief already too fast, dogs barking and snapping, a goat bleating in panic somewhere trapped. The hired men were still at the edges, and their calm was monstrous. They weren't caught up in the chaos because they weren't in it. They were outside it, shaping it. Mason moved through smoke like it couldn't touch him. He grabbed my arm, hard fingers digging into muscle. "What are you doing?" he hissed. Getting them out, I coughed back, yanking away. "This is wrong, this is not." Mason's eyes were flat. "Move them," he said, as if I'd misunderstood the purpose. "That's the whole point. Make it move." He shoved me toward the clearer path, as if I were one of them. Then he turned, scanning, calculating. He wasn't watching suffering. He was watching flow. I stumbled forward, still coughing, trying to guide people away from the heaviest smoke. Some listened, some didn't. Fear makes humans into animals. They ran toward what felt open, even if open was a trap. And then I saw the thing that stays with me. Through the smoke near the center of the village, I saw a child. Not running, not being carried, just standing there. A silhouette small and thin, framed by orange flicker. The smoke around them moved like water around a rock curling past, but never fully swallowing their outline. For a second, I thought it was my brain misfiring. Smoke shapes can look like anything if you stare too hard. But the silhouette didn't waver. It held its posture with a steadiness that didn't belong in panic. People rushed past it without touching it, as if they couldn't see it. I blinked hard, trying to clear my eyes. Tears cut clean lines through ash on my cheeks. The child's head tilted slightly, toward me. I took a step in that direction, without thinking, drawn by a primitive need. If a child is standing alone, you grab them. You move them. You don't leave them. The smoke thickened suddenly, and the silhouette seemed closer. The child opened its mouth, and the sound that came out wasn't a shout. It was a wet, choking cough, low and intimate, like it was right beside my ear. My skin went cold. It wasn't the sound of someone choking on smoke across the village. It was the sound of someone choking inches away. I spun toward it, heart-hammering, adrenaline spiking so hard my hands shook. There was nothing there, just smoke and heat and people running. I stood in the path, turning in a tight circle, searching wildly. The cough had been too real, too close. My body insisted it had happened. But there was no child at my shoulder. No face, no breath, only the dim outline of huts burning and the crackle of wood collapsing in slow, brutal pops. Another cough sounded again, that same wet rhythm, and this time it came from behind me. From the dark edge of the trees, where there should have been no one at all. I froze. My lungs forgot how to breathe, because I knew with the kind of certainty that doesn't require proof that the sound wasn't an echo. It was an answer, and whatever was answering was not running from the fire. Chapter 3: Morning Ash and Rules. Approximately 2,150 words, dawn didn't arrive like relief. It arrived like a verdict. The first light seeped in through the canopy in thin, sickly strips, turning the smoke into pale bands and making everything look flatter, more honest. At night, the fire had been a living thing, bright, loud, chaotic. In the morning, it was just what it always is when it's done feeding a mess you can count. Ash drifted through the air like gray snow. It clung to leaves and roofs and skin. It settled on my eyelashes and in the corners of my mouth. Every breath tasted like burnt wood and something sweeter underneath, the way plastic smells when it melts. The village was no longer a village. It was a field of bones. Not human bones, not yet, not in a way I could name out loud, but the skeletons of huts stood in blackened frames, their posts stripped of everything soft, everything living. Roof thatch had collapsed into dark heaps. Cooking pots lay tipped over, scorched. A metal spoon sat in the dirt, warped and half buried, as if someone had dropped it mid-motion and never returned. I walked through the wreckage slowly because moving fast felt disrespectful, like running through a graveyard. My boots sank into ash. Each step puffed gray dust into the air. It coated my pants up to the knees. It got under my fingernails, even through gloves. There were no birds singing. There were no insects screaming. The forest had gone quiet in a way that didn't feel like aftermath. It felt like attention. Somewhere near what had been the center of the village, I saw a toy. Not a brand-name toy. Something handmade, wood and twine, blackened, now charred so deeply, the shape was barely recognizable. A little figure, maybe an animal. Its head had cracked open from heat, split clean down the middle. I stared at it until my eyes watered again. A few feet away, half buried in ash, a small white shape caught the light. At first, my brain tried to label it as stone, shell, debris. Then I realized it was a tooth, just one, small, child-sized. It sat in the dirt like a punctuation mark, too clean against all the gray. My stomach flipped. I turned away fast, swallowing bile, forcing myself not to look for more. Because the moment you start counting details like that, the reality becomes something you can't carry. The smells were worse in daylight. Smoke had burned off in places, leaving behind a heavy stink of wet char and rot beginning. Heat still radiated from the collapsed piles, and when the breeze shifted, it pushed out little breaths of warmth that felt like the village was exhaling its last. I saw melted plastic fused to the earth bottles' buckets, whatever cheap modern items had made their way into the village. The melted shapes looked like skin that had been peeled and thrown down. A bright blue fragment had softened into a ribbon and hardened again, locked into the dirt like it belonged there now. I found a cooking pot with its lid still on, blackened and dented. Inside was nothing but ash. Whatever had been in it had become the same thing everything else became: ash. There were footprints everywhere, bare feet, boots, desperate scuffs. But already ash was filling them in, softening the edges, erasing evidence, the forest's patience. I kept expecting to see the villagers returning, to see movement, to hear voices. But there was nothing. The huts had been emptied of life so completely that the emptiness felt staged. Like this was what the job had always been, meant to create a space where no one could point and say, "We were here." Behind me, I heard Mason's boots crunching through ash. He walked like he was touring a construction site after demolition, eyes scanning mind already moving forward. He didn't look at the toy. He didn't look at the tooth. He looked at clearings, paths, the places machines could fit. "You got what you wanted," I said, and my voice came out rough. Mason glanced at me, expression flat. They moved. Some of them I snapped. "Where are they now?" Mason shrugged, a small lift of shoulders. "Not our problem." Something cold opened in my chest. The hired men were gone, not slipping away, not hiding nearby. Gone as if they'd never existed, like they'd been part of the smoke and had dissolved when the fire died. I scanned the edges of the village looking for them and saw only trees, dark trunks, still leaves. A wall of green that didn't give anything back. Mason checked his phone thumb, moving with casual speed. A second later, his screen buzzed. He held it up so I could see. A text message. Unknown number. Resolved. No signature. No explanation. Just that single word, as if the burning of a village could be filed like an invoice. I stared at it, my hands trembling. "Jesus," I muttered. Mason tucked the phone away. "That's what we get paid for." I wanted to hit him. I wanted to scream. Instead, I just stood there, ash drifting onto my shoulders, and felt something inside me shift from fear into something heavier. Disgust. Not just at Mason, at myself. Because I'd said yes in a steakhouse. I'd nodded. I'd helped plan wine direction and exit routes like I could make it clean. And now clean looked like this blackened posts and ash and a tooth in the dirt. We weren't alone for long. By mid-morning, engines growled on the dirt road. A convoy arrived, trucks and equipment, and men in hard hats like the forest was just another work site. They parked at the edge of the burn area and immediately began unloading tools. No one asked questions. No one paused to stare. They moved with the eerie efficiency of people who had been scheduled, like the system had been waiting with its watch in hand, ready to step into the space the moment it opened. The speed of it made my skin crawl. It wasn't just that the village had been destroyed. It was how quickly the world moved to cover it up. A foreman with a clipboard approached Mason. They spoke briefly. I caught fragments, access, timeline clearance. Mason nodded, all business. They didn't look at me once. I wandered to the edge of the burn, away from the machinery noise, and stared into the trees. The boundary line was still there, subtle but real, the place where the village ended and the forest began. And along that edge, on the trunks of the oldest trees, something had changed. They were marked. At first, I thought the red handprints had come back because my brain wanted to see them. like a hallucination built from guilt. But the marks were too clear, too deliberate. Handprints, dozens, pressed into bark as if someone had walked up and placed their palms there gently one by one. Fresh-looking, but not wet, not dripping, not smeared. They looked like they had been painted on with powdered clay mixed into something thicker. The color was deep, rusty red, darker than blood, not bright enough to be paint. Some were human-sized, and some were not. Some were too large fingers, too long, spread too wide across the bark. The span of them made my stomach knot. The prints were positioned at different heights, some low, some high, some absurdly high, as if whatever made them had no trouble reaching far above a man's head. It wasn't random. It looked like a crowd had stood there at the edge of the village and watched it burn. I walked closer without thinking, drawn by the need to confirm what I was seeing. The air felt colder near the boundary. Not cold like weather, cold like shade from something that shouldn't cast shade. I raised my gloved hand and touched one of the prints. The moment my fingers made contact, a chill shot through the glove and into my skin, sharp and immediate, like pressing your palm against the inside wall of a freezer. I jerked back instinctively, breath-catching. The print didn't smear. It didn't flake. It stayed perfect on the bark, like the red had become part of the tree. I looked down at my glove. A faint red dust clung to it. I rubbed it against my pant leg, expecting it to brush off. It didn't. It held on like it wanted to. My mouth went dry. Behind me, a chainsaw started up and screamed through the quiet, and the sound made me flinch so hard my shoulders cramped. Men shouted instructions, metal clanged, the work began, but I couldn't stop staring at the red, because it wasn't a warning painted by villagers. It was too immediate, too many, too confident. And the timing was wrong. It was morning. The fire had only just died. These handprints hadn't appeared over days. They were here now, as if whatever made them had been waiting for daylight to show them off. I moved along the tree line, counting prints without meaning to. 10, 15, 30. Then I saw one that made my breath stop entirely. A print placed higher than the others, so high it would have required a ladder for any human. The fingers were long and thin, pressed into bark, with enough force to leave a slight indentation. The palm span was wide wrong, like a hand built for holding something large and fragile, like a head. I backed away, heart hammering. The tobacco smell hit me, then faint, but present, threaded through the burnt air. Stale, heavy, intimate. I turned sharply, expecting to see someone smoking. No one was near me. The workers were busy. Mason was talking to the foreman. No one had a cigarette. No one had a cigar. And yet the smell sat right at my nose level like breath. I stumbled back toward the guest house path, needing distance, needing anything that felt normal. Mason called my name, once annoyed. I didn't respond. I found a water jug by one of the trucks and poured it over my hands, scrubbing hard, even though I was still wearing gloves. I peeled the gloves off and washed my palms until my skin turned raw, until my knuckles burned from friction. Red dust rinsed away in streaks, then seemed to reappear when I blinked, like my eyes were printing it back into the world. I scrubbed harder. I washed my palms until they burned. The red wasn't on my skin. It was in my memory. Chapter 4. The accidents, approximately 200 words. The forest didn't get quiet after the fire. The forest got busy. Within 48 hours, the burn site had transformed into something that looked like a construction documentary. Men in hard hats, trucks backing up with their warning beeps, chainsaws snarling through trunks that had stood longer than any of us had been alive. Floodlights were mounted on poles like artificial moons. Generators hummed in the heat, coughing exhaust into the air. White tents popped up at the edge of the clearing, rows of them bright and temporary against the dark wall of trees. The world moved fast when money wanted it to move, and I stayed. I tell myself now that I stayed because I needed to know the villagers were safe, that I stayed because guilt kept me rooted there like a nail. But the truth was uglier and simpler. I stayed because I didn't know how to leave without making myself a witness. I had money in my bag and ash in my lungs and a red stain in my mind. I had a partner who knew where my weak spots were. I had a lawyer's number I wasn't allowed to call unless I wanted to become the next complication. So I stayed. At first, the retaliation wore a disguise. It looked like normal bad luck. Construction sites have accidents. That's what Mason said. That's what the foreman said. That's what every man with a clipboard told himself, because admitting anything else would require them to stop, and stopping was expensive. The first machine that died was a bulldozer. Brand new paint still clean enough to reflect light. The operator rolled it into the clearing at sunrise, engine roaring like a beast blade raised high. He had his coffee in one hand and his confidence in the other. Then the engine seized on flat ground. Not a sputter, not a slow failure, a sudden violent stop, as if the machine's heart had been grabbed and twisted. The operator slammed the controls, swore, tried to restart it. The starter clicked uselessly. He climbed down, kicked the track, and said the kind of curse men say when they want the world to feel shame. A mechanic came, popped the hood, stared at the engine with a frown that deepened into confusion. Sand, he muttered. There shouldn't have been sand. The soil here was wet, dark, full of rot. No beach for miles, but there it was, fine grit, packed into places it shouldn't have reached, like someone had poured it in deliberately. They cleaned it out. They got the machine running again. They called it a fluke. 2 hours later, a generator died. Then another. A shipment of nails went missing. Not a handful. Not a box. A whole crate that had been delivered and signed for and stacked beside the supply tent. Gone the next morning. The foreman accused the workers. The workers swore they hadn't touched it. They searched tents, trucks, toolboxes. Nothing. It wasn't stolen. It was removed. Like the forest had decided certain things didn't belong. Tools broke in ways that made no sense. A crowbar bent into a gentle curve, not snapped like metal under strain, but twisted like someone had heated it and reshaped it patiently. A machete blade chipped down the center, as if it had hit stone, except it had been cutting soft vines. Men started getting sick. Not everyone. Not at once. One guy vomited behind a tent after lunch, doubling over and retching so hard his body shook. When he finally spat into the dirt, the bile looked almost black dark from dehydration, from heat from whatever cheap alcohol he'd been drinking to sleep. It wasn't glowing, it wasn't supernatural. It was just a sign his body was failing in a place that didn't want him. Another worker fainted in the sun, convulsing briefly, eyes rolled back. They blamed heat stroke. They blamed malaria. They blamed bad water. They blamed anything that kept the project moving. At night, the complaints got stranger. The night watchmen were locals, hired cheap men who sat in plastic chairs near the generator lights with flashlights and radios and cigarettes they weren't supposed to smoke. They were used to theft, to trespassers, to snakes. They were not used to feeling the air change. The first one who spoke to me about it did it casually, like he was embarrassed. He offered me a cigarette. I refused. He shrugged and lit it anyway, cupping the flame from the wind. "You hear?" he asked in broken English. Hear what? He nodded toward the trees, cigarette ember glowing in his hand. "Breathing," he said. I frowned. "Animals." He shook his head slowly. His eyes were tired, but underneath the tiredness there was something sharp. "Low," he said. "Down." He pointed near the ground beside the tent line. "Like, here." "Could be a dog," I said, even as my stomach tightened. He stared at me for a moment, then flicked ash into the dirt with an irritated motion. "Dog don't breathe like that," he muttered. Later that night, when I lay on my cot inside the supply tent listening to the generator hum outside, I heard it too. Not loud, not dramatic. A faint, steady sound near the base of the tent wall, like someone inhaling through their nose, slow and patient. It wasn't the wheeze of a sick man. It wasn't the pant of a dog. It was too measured. I held my breath to see if it would stop. It didn't. It continued as if it didn't care whether I believed in it. Then, from deeper in the trees, I heard the wet, dragging sound again. Slow, soft, like a palm pulled along bark. The sound moved laterally, not toward us, but along the tree line, testing tracing marking. My skin prickled. I forced myself not to sit up, not to unzip the tent flap, not to shine a flashlight out into the dark. Because checking felt like the wrong move. Checking felt like stepping into a game you didn't understand the rules of. The next morning, I found red handprints again, but in different places. Not just on the oldest trees at the boundary, on new cuts, on trunks that had been freshly exposed by chainsaws, pale wood showing where bark had been stripped. Red prints at eye level, as if someone had walked right up to the work area and placed their hands there calmly in broad daylight. No one could explain it. The foreman called it vandalism. He threatened to cut pay. He blamed the workers again. He yelled until his voice went hoarse. The workers stared at the prints and crossed themselves when they thought no one was watching. Mason called it drama. He was still there too, at least in the beginning, showing face, talking to supervisors, making sure the machine of money stayed fed. He looked relaxed in the floodlights, like he liked the way artificial light made the forest seem smaller. One evening, as the sun bled out behind the trees, he came to where I was standing near the supply tent and clapped me on the shoulder. "You look like hell," he said. I stared at him. "People are getting sick. They're weak," Mason said. "Heat and bad water." "It's nothing." "It's not nothing," I snapped. The prince, Mason's eyes narrowed slightly, not in fear, but irritation. "Don't start," he said. "You're letting your guilt build a ghost story," I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell him about the breathing near the tents, about the dragging sound along bark, about the way the insect noise shut off like a switch. But Mason had that talent for turning anything strange into something boring. It was his survival mechanism. If you call it boring, you don't have to be afraid. "I'm not leaving yet," he said, checking his phone. "Client wants progress photos, then we're gone." "You really think the client matters now?" I asked. Mason looked at me like I was being melodramatic. "Money matters," he said. That night, the generator died. Not slowly, instantly. 1 second, the floodlights were humming, bathing the clearing in harsh white. The next second, everything snapped off at once, like someone had cut a wire with a single decisive bite. Darkness slammed down. It wasn't like city darkness. There was no ambient glow, no traffic, no distant buildings. The forest swallowed light completely. The only thing I could see was the faint red dot of a cigarette ember somewhere, and the pale smear of the sky above the canopy. For a breath, nobody moved. Then men shouted, radios crackled, someone cursed, and in that chaos, a single floodlight flickered back on. Not all of them, just one. It buzzed weakly, stuttered, then steadied, casting a narrow cone of light onto a tree near the tents. A tree that had not been marked an hour earlier. Now it was covered in red handprints, not high up, not distant, at eye level, close enough that I could see the finger ridges, close enough that it felt like whoever placed them had been standing exactly where I was standing now, facing the tents looking in. The prints were fresh-looking, but not wet, as if the red was part pigment, part powder. They didn't drip. They didn't smear. They just sat there bold and calm. A man near me sucked in a breath and said something in his language that sounded like a prayer. My heart hammered so hard I tasted metal again. Mason wasn't nearby. I couldn't see him. For the first time, I wished I could. The light buzzed and threw harsh shadows. The handprints looked like they were moving when the shadows shifted like fingers flexing. Then the light flickered again and went out. Darkness returned. Men scrambled to restart generators. Flashlights swung wildly, beams slicing through trees and tents and faces. Every beam that hit the marked tree made the red glow briefly like embers refusing to die. When the floodlights finally came back on in full, the tree stood there in bright white, the handprints impossible to deny. The foreman shouted again. The workers argued. Some demanded to leave, and then someone screamed from the far side of the clearing, a high, raw sound. I ran toward it with everyone else heart pounding. A bulldozer sat parked near the tree line, locked cab keys in the foreman's pocket. One of the mechanics stood beside it, flashlight beam shaking. What someone yelled. The mechanic didn't answer. He just pointed through the bulldozer's windshield. Inside the cab on the glass was a red handprint, pressed from the inside. Perfect palm, perfect fingers, as if someone had climbed into the locked machine, sat quietly, and placed their hand against the window to let us know they could. The cab was still locked. No broken glass, no forced entry, no footprints on the tracks. Just the print, fresh-looking, calm, at the exact height of a seated person. I stared at it and felt the cold rush through my body again. Not fear alone, a recognition. Whatever had made the prints on the trees was no longer staying at the boundary. It was stepping into our equipment, into our light, into our controlled space. And it was leaving marks like signatures, as if to say, you can build here, but you can't pretend you own it. Chapter 4, The Girl in the Hallway. Approximately 2,150 words, the villa went up the way tumors grow, fast, hungry, and with no respect for what it was feeding on. Within a week, the clearing looked less like a burn site and more like a future brochure. The contractors poured concrete in long gray slabs, laid rebar grids like bones under skin, and framed walls with pale lumber that looked obscene against the surrounding green. Steel beams rose in clean lines, squared corners, modern geometry cutting into a forest that had never been built for right angles. At certain times of day, when the sun hit the glass delivery pallets and the metal scaffolding, the whole site flashed bright and sterile, as if light itself was trying to disinfect it. It didn't work. The wrongness didn't go away, it sharpened. The handprints kept coming. Not always in the same places, not always on the same trees. Sometimes they appeared on newly cut wood, sometimes on the metal casing of a generator. Once someone found a partial print smeared along the handle of a toolbox. 4 fingers, no thumb, as if the hand had been shaped differently or the thumb hadn't bothered to leave a mark. The workers stopped laughing about it. They stopped arguing about who did it. They started treating the red like whether something you could complain about but couldn't control. More and more of them refused to sleep on site. They would work until the sun began to drop, then pack up and leave in groups, walking quickly toward the road, with their shoulders tight and their eyes on the tree line. When Mason asked why, one of the older men shrugged and said something in Spanish that Luis translated later reluctantly. He says, The forest is closer at night. How can it be closer? Mason scoffed. It's in the same place. Luis didn't meet his eyes when he translated. He means, it leans. I felt my skin tighten at that word. Lean. Like the trees weren't just standing there. Like the darkness had posture. Even the floodlights couldn't keep the sight feeling safe anymore. They made shadows sharper. They made the tree line look like a crowd. And every night there would be those pockets of silence, sudden, unnatural, like someone turned down the volume on the world. Then the wet, dragging sound would follow, slow and patient, sliding along bark and wood, as if something was tracing the perimeter with its hands. I heard it more than once. So did others. But nobody said it out loud, because saying it made it real. The villa kept rising anyway. Money doesn't stop for fear. It just builds around it. They framed the hallways, first long corridors with exposed studs, insulation hanging like pale organs, electrical wiring snaking along beams. The floor was still rough concrete, stained in places by old ash that never fully washed out. Even after weeks, the burn smell lingered under everything like a memory you couldn't scrub away. That was where the electrician saw her. His name was Thomas, mid-20s, quick with his hands, always humming under his breath while he worked like music was a shield. He was one of the few who still slept on site sometimes, mostly because he didn't have family nearby and the drive to town cost money. The day it happened, he'd been wiring outlets in the hallway just after dusk. Not full dark yet, but the light in the forest was already going thin. He told the story later in the language of a man trying to make himself believe it hadn't happened. He said he was alone in the corridor ladder, set up flashlight in his mouth, while he tightened screws. The generator outside hummed. The floodlights cast harsh bands of light through the unfinished windows, chopping the hallway into bright slices and shadow. He said he heard soft footsteps behind him. Not heavy boots, not adult steps. Bare feet on concrete, light and quick. At first he thought it was one of the foreman's kids. Sometimes children wandered onto the site before their parents could stop them, curious about the big machines and the new building. He climbed down, irritated, and turned with the flashlight beam swinging. And there she was. A little girl standing in the middle of the hallway, barefoot. Still, too still. Her hair hung in damp strands around her face, and her skin was smeared with soot like she'd crawled out of ash. Not just dirt on her cheeks, soot in the creases of her fingers, under her nails, dusting her eyelashes. She looked like she'd been pulled straight from the fire. Thomas said the strangest part wasn't her appearance. It was her posture. Children don't stand like that. Children fidget. Children blink too much. Children shift their weight like their bodies have too much energy to hold still. This girl stood like a statue, arms hanging at her sides, head slightly tilted, as if she was listening to something beyond the hallway. Tomas spoke to her. He told her to go back outside to find her mother, to get off the site. She didn't move. He took a step closer, and the air around her felt cold or wrong in the humid evening. His flashlight beam shook slightly as it landed on her face. Her eyes were open, but he said they looked unfocused, like she wasn't seeing him. Then she lifted her chin a fraction and opened her mouth. Thomas expected a cry, a scream, a word. Instead, she coughed. A wet, choking sound, low and intimate, like she was coughing directly into his lungs. Not a distant cough, not a child clearing their throat. A cough with weight. A cough that sounded like smoke trapped inside a small chest. Thomas said he felt it in his own throat, like the cough had pulled air out of him. He panicked. He stepped back, heart racing, and that's when she took a step forward. Just one step, bare foot sliding lightly over concrete. No slap, no scuff, quiet as a whisper. Thomas turned and ran. He didn't run like a man in a hurry. He ran like a man being hunted. He hit the stairwell at the end of the hallway and missed the first step because his eyes were already full of tears. His foot slipped. His body slammed into the railing. He tumbled down 3 steps and landed, hard ribs cracking against the concrete edge. He screamed, then real pain, real terror. Workers outside rushed toward the sound. They found him curled on the steps, clutching his side eyes wild. He kept pointing toward the hallway, gasping words between broken breaths. She's there, she's burning. When they shined their flashlights into the corridor, there was nothing. No girl, no soot footprints, no shadow. Just empty studs and hanging insulation swaying slightly as if something had passed by. Tomas refused to go back inside. He refused to even look toward the building. His skin had gone pale under sweat, and he kept swallowing like he could taste smoke. They drove him into town. A doctor confirmed 2 broken ribs and told him to rest. Tomas didn't come back to the site, not once. And the next day, half the crew quit. Not because they cared about a ghost story, because Tomas's fear was contagious. Fear spreads faster than smoke when it's real. It changes the way men stand. It changes their voices. It changes the shape of their eyes. I watched men who had laughed about handprints now refusing to step into hallways alone. I watched grown adults piss in plastic bottles rather than walk to the portable toilets at the edge of the tree line after dark. I watched the foreman's mouth tighten every time he had to send someone inside. I watched the project keep moving anyway, because money doesn't care if you're afraid. I found Mason by the equipment trailers that evening, leaning against a truck with his phone in his hand, taking progress photos like this was all just angles and framing. "This is wrong," I said. My voice came out rough thin from too many nights of not sleeping. Mason didn't look up. "What's wrong is you're letting stories get in your head." "A girl in the hallway," I snapped. "A child." Thomas almost died running from it. Mason finally turned his head toward me, expression flat. "Thomas broke his ribs because he panicked," he said. "That's it." "That's not it," I said, and heat flared in my chest. "You know it's not. The handprints, the machines, the breathing near the tents this place is." Mason cut me off with a small shrug. "Finish the job," he said. The words were so casual they made my stomach lurch. "Finish what I demanded. The village is gone." The client, Mason's eyes sharpened. "The client wants a villa. The villa gets built." "That's the finish." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You want meaning," he said. "There isn't any. There's work and there's money and there's consequences if you don't deliver. So deliver." I stared at him, realizing something I hadn't wanted to admit. Mason wasn't confused. Mason wasn't scared. Mason had decided that fear was just another cost of doing business, and he was willing to pay it as long as it wasn't coming out of his wallet. That night, I didn't sleep. Not really. I lay on my cot in the guest house with my eyes open, listening to the fan click. Every time I drifted, I jerked awake with the taste of smoke in my mouth. Phantom smoke. That's what I called it, because naming it anything else made it feel too close to truth. I dreamed of the girl standing in the hallway, but in my dream she wasn't in the villa. She was in my motel room back in Florida, barefoot on the stained carpet, soot drifting from her hair onto my sheets. In the dream, she opened her mouth to cough, and smoke poured out like a ribbon that wrapped around my throat. I woke up, choking hands, clawing at the air, heart pounding. No smoke, just darkness, sweat, and the faint smell of tobacco that wasn't coming from anywhere. I sat up and stared at the door. The latch was locked, the deadbolt set. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had stood on the other side close enough to breathe. The next morning, after another day of machines and men and red marks that appeared where they shouldn't, I left the site and went into town to buy supplies. It felt like running away, even though I told myself it was practical. I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts, the kind with thin walls and a flickering vacancy sign. The hallway smelled like bleach and fried food from a nearby stand. I showered until my skin burned. I brushed my teeth twice to get rid of the smoke taste I couldn't prove existed. When I finally sat on the bed, my phone buzzed. A notification. New photo. I frowned. I hadn't taken any photos. My hands went cold. I opened the gallery. There was a close-up image filling the screen, a red handprint pressed against a surface I recognized instantly. My motel door. Not the outside. The inside my side shot from within the room. The print sat at shoulder height. Fingers spread wide as if someone had stood in the hallway, opened the door without sound, stepped inside and placed their hand there calmly for the camera. The lighting in the photo was wrong. Too even, too close. Like it had been taken from a distance of inches. I stared at it until my eyes started to sting. Then, without meaning to, I turned my head toward the door. And for one horrible second, I thought I could smell fresh smoke, wet and intimate, seeping through the cracks like a promise. Chapter 4. The villa burns without a match. Approximately 250 words, the villa was almost finished when the client decided it was time to claim it. That was the phrase the lawyer used on the phone, voice smooth, careful, as if he were describing a ribbon-cutting ceremony instead of a mistake. He didn't say the client wanted to inspect the build. He didn't say the client wanted progress photos. He said, "My client will be staying on site overnight." Mason looked pleased when he heard it. Like the world had finally aligned with his idea of success. "It's an ego thing," he told me later, pacing the edge of the clearing. "Trophy moment. He wants to sleep in it first. He wants to feel like the land belongs to him." I stared at the villa, clean lines of glass and stone pale wood, sealed behind drywall, now polished surfaces that caught the last light and threw it back too bright. It looked like it had been dropped into the jungle by accident, a modern object left on an ancient altar. Nothing about it felt like home. Everything about it felt like a dare. The client arrived at dusk in a convoy that looked absurd on the dirt road, 2 SUVs, a pickup, and a small truck carrying luggage in hard cases. He stepped out wearing boots that had never met mud and a linen shirt that clung to him in the humidity. He was older, late 50s, maybe skin-tanned in a way that suggested vacations, not labor. His eyes scanned the clearing with the bored entitlement of a man evaluating property, not a place that had held lives. He didn't greet workers. He barely acknowledged Mason. He walked straight up the front steps of the villa and stood in the doorway, inhaling like the scent of new construction was a perfume made just for him. "You can't buy that smell," he said, smiling. Mason laughed politely. I watched the client's hand trail along the doorframe as if he were petting something. For a second, I imagined my gloved hand in the burned hut doorway sliding through soot and blood. My stomach tightened. The client turned to his security guard, a local man with a radio clipped to his vest and a flashlight hanging from a loop. "Walk the perimeter," the client said in clipped English. "I want it quiet." The guard nodded. He looked tired already. The crew packed up and left early. Even Mason's confidence had a limit. When the last truck rumbled away, the clearing felt too open, too exposed, as if the villa had become a bright tooth in a mouth. Mason lingered, checking his phone, taking a few last photos. Then he turned to me. "We're staying at the guest house," he said. "We don't need to babysit. The guard handles it." "And if something happens?" I asked. Mason shrugged. then it happens to him. He didn't say it cruelly. That was the worst part. He said it like weather. Luis drove us back to the guest house in silence. The road felt darker than before, the green pressing in close. Twice the insect noise dropped out in those unnatural pockets of silence, and both times Luis tightened his grip on the wheel. When we reached town, I couldn't relax. I kept tasting smoke, phantom and bitter. My phone felt heavy in my pocket like a stone. At midnight, I lay on my cot, staring at the ceiling fan and listening to the click, the click, the click. I tried to convince myself that the villa was just a building, that it would stand, that nothing was going to happen. Then the power in the guest house flickered. Once, twice. The fan slowed, then resumed. A few seconds later, my phone buzzed. A message from the guard, short, shaky lights flickering. Forrest went quiet. My throat tightened. I sat up, heart thudding. Outside the window, the street was dim, half lit by a single lamp. The night air looked heavy. My phone buzzed again. Smell like tobacco here. Strong. I swallowed hard, remembering the roadside warning. Don't take smoke into places with children. But the smoke had already been taken. The line had already been crossed. Maybe this was just the echo. I typed back before I could talk myself out of it. Stay inside. Don't go into the trees. The response came almost immediately. Client wants perimeter check. I'm going. Then nothing. Later, I got the story from him in pieces. And later still, I heard the proof. That night after the client went to bed, the guard did his rounds with a flashlight and a radio that crackled uselessly half the time. He walked the perimeter where the floodlights ended, and the tree line began sweeping the beam left and right across trunks and leaves. At first it looked normal, then the forest went silent. Not quiet, silent. The insects stopped as if they'd been turned off. The frogs stopped. Even the distant birds, nothing. The guard could hear his own boots on dirt. He could hear his breathing. And then he smelled it. Not a faint, stale trace like in motel hallways. A heavy tobacco smell, thick as spit, like someone had been chewing for hours and then exhaled into the air. The guard said it coated his tongue. It made his stomach turn. He lifted his flashlight higher, searching for the source, another guard smoking maybe, or one of the workers sneaking a cigarette. The beam hit the trees at the boundary. Red hands stared back at him. Dozens of handprints pressed onto bark higher than he'd seen before. Some placed so high he had to tilt his head back, the flashlight beam climbing trunk after trunk. The prints were fresh-looking but dry, calm, deliberate. Like a crowd had gathered there, palms on trees watching. The guard's radio crackled. He whispered into it, but the sound came out thin. He took a step backward. That's when something shifted deeper in the tree line. Not a quick movement. Not an animal darting. A slow change in shape, like a shadow adjusting its weight. The guard swept the flashlight beam toward it. For a fraction of a second, the light caught something that didn't match any human outline. Too tall, too wide, and it didn't step forward like a person. It unfolded. That was the only word the guard could find, later eyes wide as he tried to describe it. Unfolded like something that had been crouched or wrapped tight, decided to open itself up joint by joint, patient and enormous. The guard ran. He didn't run toward the villa at first. He ran down the path like a man trying to outrun his own brain. His flashlight beam bounced wildly across dirt and leaves. His breath tore in his throat. Behind him, the forest stayed silent. Then, as if in response to his movement, the silence broke, not with insects returning, but with a sound that made his blood turn cold. A wet dragging. Slow. Close. Like something had moved its hand along bark and then along wood, testing the edge of the clearing. He turned his head mid-run and saw the villa behind him through the trees, glass and stone catching moonlight. And then it lit up. Not from one corner, not from a single spark. Multiple points of fire bloomed at once, as if invisible fingers had pinched candle wicks throughout the structure. Windows flared bright, then distorted as heat built. Glass began to warp and sag, bending inward like soft plastic. The air around the villa shimmered, and the guard said it felt like the fire was swallowing oxygen, like he couldn't draw a full breath even from a distance. The flames didn't behave like accidental flames. They moved with intention. They climbed along beams in coordinated lines. They spread through rooms in patterns too fast to be explained by drifting embers. They reached upward and outward, like they were searching for something specific. The guard stumbled to a stop, staring helpless. He tried to radio for help, but his voice cracked and the radio hissed back nothing. Inside the villa, somewhere in the bright orange glow, the client screamed once. Not a long scream. A sudden sharp sound cut short, as if something had closed over his mouth. Then the villa roared, and everything else became crackling, shattering, collapsing. By the time anyone arrived on the road and saw the glow bleeding through the trees, it was too late. The villa burned so hot that metal fixtures sagged. The stone blackened. The air above it looked distorted like a mirage. The night filled with the smell of char and tobacco layered together until it was impossible to tell which was which. Morning revealed what was left. Black stone, brittle beams, glass fused into warped puddles. The shape of the villa collapsed into itself like a body folding after the soul leaves. They found the client where his bed had been. Or rather, they found what remained brittle, shrunken, too light-looking. Not a recognizable body, so much as a suggestion of one curled into the footprint of the bed frame, like the fire had chosen that spot and refused to let him move. No one wanted to talk about it. No one wanted an investigation that required questions. Officially, it was electrical. A short in the wiring, a generator malfunction, a fault, an accident. Mason repeated those words like he'd been paid to. But the guard, alive only because he'd run, found me later behind the guest house, hands shaking so badly he couldn't hold his cigarette steady. "I have audio," he whispered. He pulled out a body cam unit, cheap scratched, meant for insurance more than truth. He had recorded the patrol without thinking. Just habit. He played it for me with the volume low. At first it was nothing but footsteps, radio static, his breathing. Then the insects cut off. The silence dropped so hard it felt like pressure in my ears. And in that silence, I heard it. The wet dragging sound. Slow, deliberate moving along something wooden. Then closer, another drag. And after that, a sound that made my stomach turn inside out. A deep exhale. Not a human sigh, not an animal breath. A layered, heavy exhale that sounded like it came from more than one lung at once, like something huge releasing air through teeth that weren't built for speech. The guard's breathing sped up on the recording. His footsteps broke into a run, and then faint but unmistakable came the crackle of fire blooming too fast. He shut it off with trembling fingers. "You see," he whispered, "not electrical." I stared at the device, my palms cold, my mouth tasting ash and tobacco and fear. The client died where he wanted to feel safe. The forest didn't care about his money. It cared about the imbalance. Chapter 5. Running the latitude approximately 2,050 words, Mason left the country like he was stepping out of a burning building. No goodbye, no debrief, no guilt. He booked the next available flight through a chain of connections that made it impossible to track him cleanly. One airport to another, One rental car to another, always moving, always venting pressure somewhere else. He told me casually that we were done. "The client's dead," he said over the phone. "The lawyer's closing the file. We got paid. That's it. That's it," I repeated, standing in a motel parking lot in town with a plastic room key in my hand and ash still lodged in the crease of my throat. Mason sighed like I was exhausting. "Don't get poetic," he said. "Go home." I did. I went home the way people leave disasters, eyes forward, body numb, refusing to look back at the smoke, because if you look back, it becomes yours again. The airport was a blur of fluorescent light and forced calm. The kind of calm that exists only because strangers have agreed to pretend nothing terrible happens in public places. TSA lines moved slowly. People took off their shoes and complained about delays, as if the worst thing in the world was a late connection. I stood behind a family with matching backpacks and listened to a little boy talk loudly about Disney World. His mother shushed him, smiling apologetically at the strangers around her. My hands went cold. All I could picture was soot on a child's eyelashes. When my turn came, I set my backpack on the conveyor belt and watched it disappear into the scanner like it was being swallowed. I stepped through the metal detector with my heart pounding, not because I was carrying anything illegal, because my body still expected the world to punish me for what I'd seen. A TSA agent waved me through without looking up. "Have a good day," she said automatically. I almost laughed. It came out as a cough, instead dry and bitter. On the plane, the air conditioning was too cold. I pulled the thin airline blanket up to my chest and stared at the seatback screen without seeing it. Outside the window, clouds looked clean and bright, like the world was trying to scrub itself. My phone was off. I couldn't stand the buzz of notifications. I couldn't stand the feeling of being reachable. When we landed in Florida, the heat wrapped around me again, familiar this time. The sticky suburban humidity of home. Palm trees, highway signs, strip malls glowing in the afternoon sun. Everything looked normal enough to make me feel insane. I rented a small place on the outskirts, one of those units with beige carpet, thin walls, and an AC that sounded like it was chewing rocks. The landlord didn't ask questions as long as I paid cash and didn't make trouble. I bought chain coffee from a drive-thru because I needed something routine to hold on to. The coffee tasted like burned paper, and the cup burned my palm. I drank it anyway. At night, I watched late news anchors talk about hurricanes and local crime and rising rents. Their voices were calm. Everything in their world had an explanation, a suspect, a motive, a timeline. In my world, the official explanation for a villa burning down was electrical. I tried to rationalize it like a normal person. Stress, I told myself. Shock. Guilt. The forest got into my head. The silence, the handprints, the girl in the hallway. My brain is replaying it. I Googled symptoms of acute stress and read articles about intrusive memories and night terrors and survivor's guilt. The language was clinical, gentle, designed to make you feel less alone. It didn't help. Because clinical language doesn't explain the smell of tobacco in a room where no one smokes. The first time I noticed it back home, I was standing in my kitchen at 2 a.m, drinking water straight from the tap. The AC had cycled off, and the apartment felt too still. I was staring at the dark window, my own reflection ghosting in the glass. Then the tobacco smell arrived, heavy and stale, like someone had chewed it and spit it into the air. My stomach tightened. I checked the hallway. No neighbors, no footsteps, no laughter, no smoke drifting under doors. I told myself someone downstairs was smoking. The smell traveled through vents. That explanation should have been enough. But the smell wasn't drifting. It was sitting at nose level, intimate and close like breath. I went back into the kitchen and turned on the faucet, letting water run just to have a sound. When the water hit the sink, the smell faded, as if the thing producing it didn't like noise. A few days later, I was driving to the grocery store and reached into my glove box for napkins. My fingers touched something gritty. I pulled my hand back and looked down. A red smear stained the underside of the glove box lid. Not paint, not lipstick. A rusty streak like dried clay. My skin prickled as if the smear could sense being noticed. I rubbed it with my thumb. It didn't wipe away cleanly. It clung like the handprint had in the forest. I stared at it until traffic behind me honked and jolted me back into the world. I slammed the glove box shut hard enough to rattle the dashboard. That night, I found another smear on the inside edge of my front door, right where the jamb met the frame at shoulder height. I hadn't put it there. I knew every mark in that apartment. I knew which scuff belonged to my shoe and which dent belonged to a previous tenant. When you live on the edge, you memorize your environment. It's how you spot changes. This was a change. I scrubbed the spot with a wet paper towel until my knuckles hurt. The red lightened, but didn't disappear completely. It became a faint stain under the paint, like it had sunk through. I started seeing small red marks in places where hands naturally go. The underside of my kitchen table, as if someone had braced themselves there. The frame of my bathroom mirror, a faint, dusty print near the corner. The edge of my dresser drawer, just a smudge easy to miss unless you were looking. I told myself I was imagining it. That my brain was scanning for red because red had become a symbol of my guilt. Then I would touch a mark and feel that wrong cold, again sharp, freezer cold, out of place in warm Florida. And my rationalizations would fall apart. Mason called me a week after I got back. His number came up blocked. Of course it did. I stared at the screen for a full 3 rings before answering. Part of me hoped he'd hang up. He didn't. "Hey," he said, voice casual. But it wasn't the same voice from Miami. It had an edge now, like he was trying to keep it steady. "Where are you?" I asked. "Does it matter?" Mason replied. "Europe? Maybe. Doesn't matter." I could hear airport noise in the background, announcements, rolling suitcases. Or maybe it was a train station. He was moving. "You good?" he asked, and the question sounded wrong coming from him. "No," I said. "Are you a pause?" Mason exhaled sharply. "Don't start," he muttered. "I'm fine." "You're not," I said. Silence on the line, one of those long, loaded pauses that make you aware of your own breathing. Then Mason's voice dropped. "Have you smelled anything?" he asked. My skin went tight. "Tobacco," I said quietly. Another pause. Mason swore under his breath. "Yeah." "You're hearing things too," I said. "Don't say it like that," Mason snapped, but his snap was thin, cracked at the edges. "It's just travel, stress, different hotels, people smoke everywhere." "Then why does it happen when it goes quiet?" I asked. Mason didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject like he always did when something threatened to become real. "The land deal is dead," he said. "Client's family walked. Contractors bailed. Lawyer says it's not worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble." That phrase landed like a stone. A whole village erased a villa, burned down a man, reduced to brittle remains in his bed footprint. And the final conclusion was a business term. Not worth the trouble. I laughed once, harsh. "So the forest wins?" Mason's voice tightened. "There is no forest," he said too fast. "There's bad luck." "That's it. Don't turn this into a story." "I'm living in the story," I said. Mason swallowed audibly. For the first time, I heard fear in him, not open panic, but the strain of someone holding panic down by the throat. "Don't talk about it," he said. "Just don't." Then he hung up. No goodbye, no reassurance. Just the click of disconnection, like he'd cut a wire before it could burn him. After that, I stopped checking news about the country. I stopped searching maps. I stopped looking for explanations. Because every time I tried to make sense of it, the silence would arrive. I'd be standing in a grocery aisle under bright lights, and for half a second the world would feel muted, like the air had thickened. People's voices would seem far away. My ears would ring. Then the tobacco smell would hit sharp and intimate, and I'd have to grip the cart handle until my knuckles turned white to remind myself I was in Florida, not in the forest. The red marks continued. I started keeping my hands in my pockets without meaning to, like a man ashamed of his own fingerprints. I avoided mirrors. I avoided dark hallways. I kept the TV on at night just to have noise. It worked sometimes, until it didn't. One night, weeks after I'd returned, I woke up at 3:07 a.m. with my mouth dry and my heart already racing. The AC had clicked off. The apartment was too still. For a moment, I lay there listening, trying to convince myself the sudden wakefulness was normal, just a nightmare. Then I heard it. A soft, wet, dragging sound behind the dresser. Slow, deliberate. Like a hand being pulled along wood, testing the edge. The exact sound from the forest brought into my thin-walled Florida rental like a souvenir I didn't remember packing. Chapter 5. The first receipt, approximately 200 words. After the dragging sound behind my dresser, I stopped pretending I was fine. That's the lie people tell when they want to keep moving. I'm fine. You say it to coworkers. You say it to your mother. You say it to yourself while your hands shake in the bathroom mirror. I didn't have anyone to tell it to anymore, so the lie had nowhere to go. It pooled inside me and turned into something heavier. I started sleeping with a lamp on. Not because light makes you safe, because light makes you feel less ridiculous when you check your locks 3 times. Because it gives you something to stare at when the silence arrives, and your brain starts searching for the sound that always follows. For a while, the apartment stayed quiet. Too quiet. Then my phone buzzed at 1:13 p.m. on a Tuesday, while I was sitting in a drive-through line staring at a menu that didn't matter. Unknown number. No text. Just an image. My chest went tight before I even opened it. My body had learned the pattern unknown number equals trouble. I tapped the notification. A photo filled my screen. A field under gray sky. A wooden post in the center. And tied to it, arms outstretched, was something that looked like a scarecrow. At first glance, it almost made sense. Like a farmer had set up a dummy to keep birds away. Then my brain registered the details my eyes had tried to ignore. It wasn't cloth. It was a body. A man slumped forward, arms pulled wide, head hanging. Clothing torn and dirty. The image quality was sharp enough that I could see the texture of the wood and the dry grass. No caption, no explanation. Just the picture dropped into my life like a stone. My mouth went dry. I stared at it until the drive-through line moved and the car behind me honked. I put the phone down and pulled out of line without ordering. I drove home on autopilot, hands gripping the wheel so hard my wrists hurt. Inside my apartment, I sat at the kitchen table and opened the photo again. I zoomed in. The man's face was partly obscured by his hair, but I could make out the shape of his jaw. My stomach turned. Mason. Or someone who looked enough like Mason that my mind latched on. I couldn't tell if the image was real. It didn't have a timestamp. It didn't have metadata I could access easily. It could have been staged. It could have been a threat. Cartel. The hired men. Someone we'd burned. Someone who'd decided to send a message in the oldest language, fear. My first instinct wasn't grief, it was calculation. Who would benefit? Who would want me scared? Who would even know my number? I opened the encrypted app Mason had used and stared at the empty chat history like it might confess something. Nothing. I tried calling the unknown number. It rang once, then went dead. I texted, "Who is this?" No response. I went to a computer, pulled up basic reverse lookup tools, ran the number through what I could. Dead ends. Prepaid. Unregistered. The kind of number that existed only as long as someone needed it. I printed the photo and stared at it under brighter light, looking for any clue, license plates, landmarks, anything. The field could have been anywhere. That was the point. I was being shown a body without being given a location, a message without instructions. I told myself it was human intimidation because the alternative was worse. The alternative was that the forest had found a way to text, and that sounded insane. So I chose the explanation that let me stay rational even if it made me afraid. I needed someone in law enforcement, not official help, not FBI level, but someone local, cheap, and willing to talk off the record. I still had a contact from a previous job in a small Florida county, a deputy named Rick, who had once taken cash to look the other way when a client needed time to clear out a storage unit before paperwork caught up. Rick wasn't corrupt in a cinematic way. He was tired, underpaid, and bitter. That's the common kind of corruption, the kind that happens when the system squeezes you and you decide to squeeze someone else back. I met him outside a strip mall sub shop that smelled like bleach and fried onions. He came out in uniform sunglasses, hiding his eyes, posture loose but not relaxed. He always looked like he expected an argument. "What's so urgent you can't just text?" he asked. I got something I said and my voice came out lower than I meant it to. That was the first change I noticed. I had started lowering my voice without thinking, like the air itself would carry certain words farther than it should. I slid my phone across the table, the photo open. Rick stared at it for a long moment. He didn't flinch, but his jaw tightened slightly. "Where's this?" he asked. "I don't know." He zoomed in, squinting. "You take this?" "No." He looked at me, then really looked. "You in trouble?" I hesitated. The word trouble felt too small for what I was experiencing. "I think someone's trying to scare me," I said. Rick snorted. "Well, congratulations. It's working." He leaned back, tapped the screen again. This could be any field in Florida, could be Georgia, could be an old photo from the internet. No faces clear, no plates, no landmarks. If you're asking for official help, I'm telling you right now, it's nothing. "I'm not asking for official help," I said, and the sentence tasted sour. Rick's mouth twitched. "Then what are you asking?" I forced myself to say the next part and realized halfway through that I couldn't say certain words. Not out loud. Not in a public place under fluorescent lights with strangers eating sandwiches a few feet away. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. I swallowed. I was involved in something I said carefully. Overseas. It went bad. Rick stared at me. "Overseas, you in the military now?" I shook my head. "Private, work," Rick's expression hardened. "Don't bring that into my county." "I'm not," I said. If this is real, if this is current, I need to know." Rick sighed, annoyed. "Send me the number. I can ask around. But don't get your hopes up. And if you're mixed up with people who do this kind of thing, you should be thinking about leaving town, not asking me questions in a subway parking lot." I nodded, grateful and sick at the same time. Rick stood to leave, then paused. "You look like you haven't slept," he said. "I haven't," I admitted. He studied me for a moment longer. Paranoia can make you see patterns that aren't there. I swallowed. What if the patterns are there? Rick didn't answer. He just walked away, leaving me alone with my phone and the photo and the buzzing overhead lights. That night, I realized my behavior had changed more than my voice. I had started avoiding certain words even when I was alone. I didn't say kids. I said them. I didn't say fire. I said that night. I didn't say village. I said the place. It wasn't superstition. It was instinct, like my mouth knew that naming things gave them shape, and shape made them easier to find. I went home and checked my locks twice, then 3 times. I left the TV on low volume even though the noise made my skin crawl, because silence felt worse. At around 11:40 p.m., I decided to do something normal, something stupidly domestic, just to prove I could. I opened my closet to grab a clean shirt. The moment the door swung open, the tobacco odor hit me like a physical force. Not a gentle smell, a blast. Heavy, stale wet like a mouthful of chewed leaves shoved straight into my face. It filled my nostrils, coated my tongue, made my eyes water instantly. For a heartbeat, it felt like I'd been punched. I staggered back, gagging, hand flying to my throat. Then nothing. The smell vanished so fast it was like it had never existed. The closet held the same bland scent of detergent and old fabric. The hangers swayed slightly from the door movement. I stood there, trembling, chest tight, staring into the dark space between my shirts as if something might be crouched behind them. Nothing moved. The air was normal. My body wasn't. I shut the closet door slowly, quietly, like noise might provoke something. That was when the human intimidation theory began to crack. A cartel doesn't hide in closets. A hired man doesn't teleport a smell into your apartment and then erase it. And if this was someone messing with me, they were doing it with tools I didn't understand. Or with no tools at all. At 2:06 a.m., my phone buzzed again. Unknown number, another image. My fingers went numb as I opened it. This one wasn't a wide shot of a field. It was close. Too close. The camera angle made it feel intimate, like whoever took it had been kneeling. The photo showed ribs. Human ribs exposed beneath torn fabric and skin that looked gray under the flash. Between the ribs, something pale and dry was poking out. Straw, not scattered, not accidental. Packed in tight, pressed into the cavity like stuffing. I stared at it until my vision blurred. No caption, no threat, no demand. Just the proof. Not a warning about what could happen. A receipt for what had already happened. And as I sat there in the blue light of my phone, heart beating too hard, one thought repeated over and over in my skull, cold and simple. This isn't intimidation. This is documentation. Chapter 5. Mason found approximately 2,150 words. Rick called me the next afternoon while I was standing in the aisle of a Publix, staring at cereal boxes like they were written in another language. His name flashed on my screen, and my stomach tightened before I even answered. I'd started associating ringing phones with proof. I walked my cart to the end of the aisle, away from families and bright chatter, and picked up. "Yeah," I said. Rick didn't bother with small talk. "You know that picture you showed me?" he asked. My mouth went dry. "Yeah, it's real," he said. "At least the body is real." The fluorescent lights above me hummed. Somewhere nearby, a kid laughed. The normal world went on without pausing. "What do you mean, real?" I asked, even though I already knew. Rick exhaled. I could hear paper shuffling on his end, the sound of someone pretending this was routine. "There was a call this morning," he said. "Farmland out near the county line. Somebody found a..." A thing tied to a post. Sheriff's office responded. Coroner responded. My hand tightened around the phone until my knuckles hurt. A thing, I repeated. Rick's voice dropped. A body. It's bad. I swallowed hard. Do you know who Rick paused? They don't have ID on him. Not yet. Faces, he stopped, then started again. You said this was overseas work. This guy in the photo. How somebody you know I didn't answer right away. Saying Mason's name felt like lighting a match in a room full of fumes. I knew him, I said carefully. Rick was quiet for a beat, then softer. You want to see it? No, I said immediately. Then I realized what I'd said and how it sounded. I corrected myself because the truth was worse. I need to, I said. Where Rick gave me an address that made my stomach twist, an unincorporated stretch of Florida that was mostly citrus groves and cattle fields, the kind of place where the roads went straight and the sky was too big. I can't officially bring you, Rick added. This is not a field trip. I'm not asking for official, I said. Rick snorted. No, you're asking for stupid. He hesitated. Look, this is already being pushed under the rug. Sheriff doesn't want it. County doesn't want it. Nobody wants a case that looks like a cult thing. If you're involved, if you know why this happened, say it now. I opened my mouth. No words came out. Because how do you explain red handprints and stale tobacco and a forest that follows you home? How do you tell a deputy in Florida that you might have offended something that doesn't exist in his paperwork? I don't know why I lied. Rick didn't press. He just sounded tired. Come to the back lot at the station, he said. I'll show you what I can. The sheriff's office was a low building with faded paint and a parking lot full of sun-bleached patrol cars. Inside, the air smelled like cheap coffee and old paper. Fluorescent lights made everyone look sick. Rick met me by a side door like he didn't want anyone seeing us together. He didn't smile. You sure, he asked? No, I said, but I'm here. He led me down a hallway past offices with half-open blinds and bulletin boards covered in wanted posters and retirement party flyers. The normal small-town machinery of law enforcement, underpaid people trying to make chaos fit into forms. We stopped at a door with a keypad. Rick entered a code and opened it. Inside was a small evidence room with metal shelves and gray filing cabinets. It wasn't cold, like a movie morgue. It was just another office, only quieter. Rick pulled a manila folder from a cabinet and placed it on a table. He didn't open it right away. Before you look, he said, understand something we're calling this animal activity until someone important tells us otherwise. I stared at him. Animal activity? Rick's jaw tightened. We got coyotes. We got feral dogs. We got people who do weird things for attention. Sheriff doesn't want the news calling it ritual. He sure as hell doesn't want state investigators sniffing around. So, animal activity. He slid the folder toward me. My hands trembled as I opened it. The first photo was wide. A field under overcast sky. A wooden post in the center. And tied to it, arms stretched out, was Mason. There was no doubt now. Even with his head slumped and his face partly obscured, I recognized the shape of him. The shoulders, the thickness of his arms. The posture that had always looked like confidence now turned into something limp and wrong. The post was rough splintered, planted into the ground like a fence stake. Rope or wire bound his wrists and chest. His boots dangled inches above the grass. He looked like a scarecrow. A warning meant for birds. I forced myself to flip to the next photo. Close up. Mason's shirt had been cut open down the center. Not torn, not ripped by animals. Cut clean, straight line from sternum to belt, like someone had used a careful hand and a sharp blade. His skin beneath was pale and slightly gray, dried by air. The edges of the cut looked too neat. There wasn't the chaos of struggle. There wasn't the mess you expect when a human body is opened. It looked prepared. My throat tightened. I flipped again. Another angle. The body cavity was empty. Not organs missing because animals scavenged. Empty, like someone had taken everything out on purpose. And inside, packed where his insides should have been, was straw. Dry, pale straw bundled and pressed tight, filling space like insulation. My stomach heaved. I slapped a hand over my mouth and swallowed hard. Rick stood a few feet away, watching my reaction face flat. "Yeah," he said quietly. "You see why I'm not writing animal activity with a straight face." I forced myself to keep looking because stopping felt like cowardice. The next photo showed Mason's ribs and the straw beneath them. The flash made everything look harsh, bone-white, straw, pale skin, waxy. And then I saw something that made my hands go cold. The straw wasn't just stuffed in randomly. It was arranged, layered, placed in lines that mirrored the ribcage itself. Like someone had looked at what a body is supposed to be and tried to rebuild it with farm debris. A crude imitation of anatomy, except it wasn't crude. It was precise. The straw had been tucked between ribs in a pattern that suggested intention, not haste. Whoever did this had taken time, had understood where things belonged. As if the goal wasn't just to kill Mason, the goal was to replace him. My vision blurred. I blinked hard, forcing tears back. Rick cleared his throat. "You okay?" "No," I said honestly. Rick pointed to a note clipped to the folder. "No footprints," he said. "That's the part nobody wants to talk about." I looked down at the typed report. No identifiable shoe prints. No tire tracks in proximity. No drag marks. The field soil in the photo looked soft enough to hold a footprint. Damp grass, mud patches. If anyone had carried a body there, if anyone had dragged him, if any vehicle had backed up to the post, there should have been evidence. There wasn't. It was as if Mason had been placed there from above, or as if the ground had decided not to remember. Rick flipped to another photo. This is the post. The image showed the wooden post closer. Rough bark still attached in places. Rope bindings. Knots. And on the post, near where Mason's shoulder would have been pressed, there was a handprint. Red. Perfect. Too perfect. The print didn't look like blood. It looked like that same rusty clay color from the forest. The fingers were spread wide, and the palm span was larger than mine. Too large to be Mason's. Too large to be most men's. My breath caught. I leaned closer, staring as if the photo could explain itself. The print looked like a signature, like whoever did this wanted it seen. Rick's face twisted suddenly. He turned away, gagged once, then twice, and spat into a trash can in the corner. His shoulders shook as he tried to recover. "Jesus," he muttered. "I've been doing this 15 years. I've seen bodies in ditches, overdoses, suicides. But this," he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "This is someone making a point." I stared at the handprint until my eyes hurt. My mind flashed back to the forest boundary trees lined with red hands like spectators. This felt the same. Not punishment. Performance. I swallowed hard. Where was he found? Rick shook his head. Farmer called it in. Says he was checking a fence line. Saw the post. Thought it was a scarecrow. Got closer. Started puking. Called 911. Rick tapped the report. No missing person report yet. No ID. No wallet. Like he fell out of the sky. I closed the folder slowly, hands shaking. A cold understanding settled in my chest. Mason hadn't been killed like a criminal. Not shot, not stabbed in a street, not dumped in a swamp like garbage. He'd been displayed, hung like a warning, hollowed out and stuffed with straw so everyone who saw him would understand the message without needing words. And the handprint on the post made it clear who the message was from. Not a cartel, not hired men. Not humans at all, at least not humans in the way Rick understood. Rick watched me carefully. "You know something," he said. It wasn't a question. I looked at him and realized my voice had dropped to a whisper without my permission. "I don't know enough," I said, "but I know it isn't animal activity." Rick's jaw clenched. "Then what is it?" The answer pressed against my teeth. Smoke. Hands. Silence. A forest that listened to wording. I couldn't say it. Not because I was protecting myself from Rick, because some part of me believed that naming it would invite it closer. So I swallowed the truth and said the smallest possible thing. "It's a consequence," I whispered. Rick stared at me like I was sick. "Get help," he said, not unkindly. "Whatever you're mixed up in, it's beyond my pay grade." He walked me back to the side door without another word. Outside, the Florida heat slapped my face again, familiar and wrong. Cars passed on the road. A bird chirped from a power line. The normal world kept moving. I stood in the parking lot, hands trembling, and realized the message in the photos wasn't just that Mason was dead. It was that something had taken him apart, studied him, and put him back together, wrong, on purpose. Mason didn't die. He was revised. Chapter 6. Confession that doesn't clean anything, approximately 2,050 words. After I saw the photos of Mason, I stopped telling myself I could outthink what happened. I tried anyway. That's what Americans do. We turn fear into a problem to solve. We Google it. We buy things for it. We schedule appointments for it. We treat dread like a leaking faucet. So I tried to confess. Not to the police, not to the news, not to anyone who could turn my guilt into a headline. I tried to confess to someone whose job was to listen without calling it in. A priest. I picked a small Catholic church in a strip mall plaza because it felt anonymous. Beige stucco. A little sign with service times. A parking lot full of minivans and sun-faded bumper stickers. The kind of place you could walk into and be just another tired face. Inside, it smelled like old wood and lemon cleaner and the faint sweetness of wax. The air conditioning hummed. There were pamphlets by the door about forgiveness and family and finding peace. I didn't want peace. I wanted the feeling that something had stopped following me. I waited until after a weekday mass when the church was mostly empty. A few older people lingered, moving slowly. A woman lit a candle and whispered a prayer into her hands. The priest was middle-aged, soft around the eyes, the kind of man who could have been a high school counselor if he'd chosen a different uniform. He noticed me hovering by a statue and approached with a gentle expression. "Can I help you?" he asked. My throat tightened instantly. Words piled up behind my teeth like a traffic jam. I tried to start with something simple. I did something I said. He nodded slowly, the universal invitation. I swallowed. I hurt people. His expression didn't change, but his attention sharpened. "Do you want to sit?" We sat in a small office behind the sanctuary, with a cheap desk and a framed photo of the Pope. The air smelled faintly of coffee and paper. The priest folded his hands and waited. I opened my mouth to tell him about the village, about the fire, about the children. The words wouldn't come out. It wasn't just shame. I'd carried shame before. Shame doesn't usually stop your tongue. This was different. Every time I tried to say the key detail, my throat constricted, as if a hand had tightened around it from the inside. My voice dropped on its own, turning into a whisper. I could feel my pulse in my ears, loud. I was involved in something overseas, I managed. The priest nodded. Were you in the military? No. My hands clenched in my lap. Private work. His brow furrowed slightly. And someone was harmed. Yes. Do you feel responsible? The question hit like a punch, because responsibility was the one thing I couldn't deny without the world punishing me. Yes, I whispered. I tried to keep going, to explain how it wasn't supposed to be like that, how I thought it would be controlled, how I told myself it was relocation, how the words mattered. But the more I approached the truth, the more my tongue felt thick and uncooperative. I started sweating even in the cold office. The priest watched me carefully. Are you in danger now? I almost laughed. I don't know, I said. But I can't sleep. I keep smelling. I stopped. The tobacco word stuck in my mouth like gum. The priest leaned forward slightly. Smelling what? My lips parted. And for a second I felt that pressure behind my teeth again, that instinctive fear of naming things. Smoke, I said finally. He nodded, misunderstanding in the kindest way. Trauma can do that. It can bring sensations back, flashbacks, phantom smells. I stared at him. Phantom. As if my mind was a projector and I could turn it off. I wanted to tell him it wasn't phantom. It was responsive. It arrived after my actions like a comment. But I couldn't. So I did what cowards do. I let him believe the version of reality that kept him safe. The priest offered prayer. He offered counseling resources. He offered the language of absolution. I nodded. I thanked him. I left. Outside, the Florida heat hit my face like a slap. I sat in my car and stared at my steering wheel, hands trembling. Confession didn't clean anything. It just made me feel more alone. So I tried something else. I tried objects. The kind of folk remedies people laugh about until they're desperate enough to buy them. At Home Depot, under fluorescent lights that made everything feel sterile, I bought a 20-pound bag of salt. Not fancy sea salt. Not blessed. Just the cheap water softener kind that came in a bright plastic bag. I bought a cheap iron ring, online black metal, heavy marketed as minimalist men's jewelry. It arrived in a small padded envelope with a tracking number and a smiling logo like the universe was a delivery service. I told myself I didn't believe in any of it. But I set the salt bag in my kitchen anyway. I slid the iron ring onto my finger and felt its cold weight. That night, I poured a line of salt along the baseboards of my bedroom like I'd seen in movies, like a child copying a superstition. The grains scattered unevenly on the carpet, absurdly domestic. I sprinkled salt at the threshold of my front door. I rubbed the iron ring between my fingers until my skin turned red. Then I sat on my bed and waited for what I couldn't have said. Punishment, relief, proof. The apartment stayed quiet for a long 10 minutes. Then the tobacco smell arrived. Not slowly, not faintly. It seeped into the room like a response, thick and stale and intimate, as if someone was standing just out of sight and exhaling through old teeth. I froze, heart hammering. The smell didn't linger. It hit hard and then faded like laughter. Mocking. Not fear of salt. Not fear of iron. Mocking. I tried again the next night, adjusting like a scientist running tests. More salt, tighter lines, iron ring on a different finger, windows closed, TV off, again tobacco. Always right after, always timed. Like the thing didn't care about my protection, but it cared very much that I was trying. I stopped thinking of it as haunting and started thinking of it as behavior, cause and effect, action and reply. That's when I did the most American thing possible. I went online. I used a burner account to dig into forums and obscure PDFs, late-night rabbit holes, where people posted shaky stories and half-translated legends. I looked for anything that matched red handprints and tobacco and forests that leaned at night. Most of it was junk, fan fiction, tourist myths, people selling tours and talismans. But buried under the noise were fragments that felt older, sharper, less interested in entertainment. A scanned anthropology paper from the 70s about forest guardians in that region, caretakers of balance entities described not as gods, but as neighbors with rules. A forum thread from a truck driver in South America describing construction crews getting sick, machines failing, and red hands on trees the morning after a burn. A comment under a photo of carved boundary marks, salt lines, iron charms, tobacco bundles, where someone wrote, "The hands don't punish first. They warn, then they revise. Revise." The word made my stomach turn because it fit Mason too well. I kept reading until my eyes ached. Patterns emerged not in the legends, but in my own life. When I tried to deny responsibility, when I told myself it wasn't my fault. When I tried to laugh it off, the silence pockets got longer. The dragging sounds got closer. The smell appeared in places it shouldn't. When I kept quiet, when I avoided speaking certain words, avoided checking the closet, avoided investigating red marks, the pressure eased. Not gone. Eased. Like a leash slackening when the dog stops pulling. That realization was worse than any ghost story, because it meant something was training me, rewarding me for obedience, punishing me for curiosity. I didn't sleep much after that. When I did, it was shallow, full of smoke and corridor dreams and the sound of something dragging along wood. One morning I woke up with my sheets twisted around my legs and my mouth tasting bitter. Sunlight leaked through the blinds in thin stripes. For a moment, everything was normal. Then I rolled over and saw my forearm. A handprint was stamped on my skin, red-brown against pale flesh. Perfect fingers spread wide, too large to be mine. It sat just below my elbow like a brand. I stared at it frozen, and felt the cold truth settle in my bones. Whatever this was, it didn't need to be in the forest anymore. It had learned my address. Chapter 6. The test, approximately 2,150 words. The handprint on my forearm faded over the next 2 days, the way bruises fade slowly, stubbornly, as if my skin didn't know whether to heal or remember. I tried to treat it like a rash, like contact dermatitis, like something that could be explained with a pharmacy aisle and a shrug. But every time I looked at it, my body replayed the cold of the red prints on bark, that freezer-cold bite through glove and skin, the sensation of being marked, not injured. I stopped wearing short sleeves, not because I was embarrassed, because if someone saw it and asked questions, I didn't know what I would do with my mouth. I kept living, which meant I kept doing small, normal things, as if normal things could build a fence around the abnormal. I went to work. I bought gas. I stood in line for coffee at a chain place with bright lighting and scripted greetings. "Hi, welcome in. What can I get started for you?" The barista smiled like nothing in the world had ever reached through drywall. I smiled back automatically. And the entire time underneath the routine, I listened. For the hush that always came first. For the little drop in the world's volume that felt like pressure changing in my ears. The day the test arrived, it came disguised as business. It was a Wednesday afternoon. Rain had just passed through, leaving the parking lot glossy and the air heavy. I was sitting in my car outside a FedEx store watching people walk in and out with cardboard boxes like their lives were simple enough to fit inside. My burner phone buzzed. Unknown number. I stared at it longer than I should have because that's what fear does. It delays you as if delay might change the outcome. Then I opened it. A text message, clean and short, written in the same professional tone the steakhouse lawyer had used. We have an occupancy complication on newly acquired land. Discreet operational support required. Are you available to consult? My chest tightened so hard it hurt. Occupancy complication. Those words again. Those exact words. Not squatters. Not holdouts. Not people. Occupancy complication. Like the universe was trying to see if I'd learned what my own guilt hadn't been able to teach me. For a moment, my brain did the old math. I hadn't worked in weeks. I'd been living off the money from the job, but money drains faster than you want it to. Rent, groceries, insurance, adult life doesn't pause because you're afraid. And the offer was likely attached to real money. The kind that arrives quickly. I could feel that old hook in me, the same one that had pulled me into a steakhouse booth and made me nod. Relief is addictive. Then I saw in my mind the mother wiping the child's face. The tooth in ash. The straw packed in Mason's ribs like an anatomy lesson. And something in me snapped into clarity. No, I typed back immediately without polishing the response, without thinking about consequences. No. Do not contact me again. My thumb hovered. Then I hit send. The message delivered. Nothing exploded. No alarms. No immediate threat. Just the normal sound of Florida traffic and rainwater dripping from a gutter. I sat in my car breathing hard, hands trembling, and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Not relief, not pride. A strange, thin kind of steadiness. Like for once, the decision had come from whatever part of me was still human. I turned the phone off and tossed it into the glove box like it was poison. I went home. I ate something tasteless. I showered. I watched TV at low volume. I tried to convince myself that refusing the job had changed something, that I had stepped out of the system, that the system would move on without me. That night, I went to bed early, exhausted, in the way you get when you've been living on adrenaline for too long. My body wanted sleep the way drowning people want air. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling, listening to my neighbor's muffled television through the wall. A laugh track, a commercial jingle, the normal noise of other people's lives leaking into mine. The AC clicked off. Silence settled into the room. Not total, not theatrical, just the absence of mechanical hum. Then the world's volume dropped further as if the air itself had thickened. The neighbor's TV became distant. The refrigerator noise felt muted. My own breathing sounded too loud in my skull. A silence pocket. It held. Longer than usual. I swallowed and tasted metal. The wet, dragging sound began behind my dresser. Slow. Deliberate. A soft scrape, pause scrape, like something tracing the wood grain with its palm. My muscles locked. I didn't sit up. I didn't reach for my phone. I didn't turn on the lamp. Because the research, those late-night forum fragments and anthropology PDFs had given me one repeated warning in 100 different forms: don't respond. Don't investigate. Don't feed it attention. The dragging stopped. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the tobacco smell flooded the room. Not drifting in, not faint, flooded heavy and intimate like breath exhaled straight into my mouth. It filled my nose, coated my tongue, made my eyes sting. I clenched my jaw and forced myself not to cough. A part of me wanted to bolt out of bed, throw open the door, run into the hallway screaming like Thomas had. But I didn't. I lay there rigid, staring at the ceiling, and waited. The tobacco smell lingered longer than usual, thick enough to feel like a hand over my face. Then, from right behind the drywall near my headboard, I heard it. A child's cough. Soft. Wet. 2 quick coughs and a choking little hitch at the end, like smoke had caught in a small throat. My blood turned cold. The sound was too close. The wall was inches from my ear. I could almost feel the vibration through the sheetrock. I held my breath. The cough came again in the same rhythm. Not from the neighbor's TV, not from the hallway, not from outside, from inside the wall. Every instinct in me screamed to check, to sit up, to press my ear to the drywall, to knock, to call out, to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. But I didn't move. I didn't speak. Because speaking felt like an answer. And Luis had said it first, back at the roadside stand, eyes fixed on the trees, like he could see the consequences. If you answer, it answers. So I lay there, sweating in the darkness, heart punching my ribs, listening to the child cough behind my wall. Then the sound stopped. Abruptly. No fade, no drifting away, just gone like a switch flipped. The tobacco smell thinned at the same time, evaporating, as if it had never existed. The silence pocket loosened. The neighbor's TV noise became clearer again. The refrigerator hummed. The AC clicked back on. Normal returned too quickly, too neatly, like the thing had gotten what it wanted. I lay there for a long time, afraid to move, afraid that movement itself might count as a response. When I finally reached for my phone, it was with slow, careful fingers. I told myself I was just checking the time, just grounding myself in reality. The screen lit up. 3:12 a.m., no missed calls, no notifications. I unlocked it anyway, hands shaking, and opened the Notes app because I needed something mundane to look at: grocery lists, reminders, anything that proved I still lived in a world of small problems. A draft note was open. Not one I remembered writing. 2 letters, typed in all caps, sitting alone on the blank page like a verdict. Good. Chapter 6. What the Forest Wanted, approximately 2,150 words. After the note appeared on my phone, good. I stopped calling what happened to me a haunting. Hauntings are passive. They're old stories that play on a loop. A ghost repeats the same footsteps down the same hallway, rattles the same window, moans the same sorrow into the same night. You can map a haunting. You can predict it. You can turn it into a tour. This wasn't that. This was responsive. It was watching what I did. It was grading me. The moment I accepted that the shape of everything I'd lived through rearranged itself into a pattern I hated. I sat at my kitchen table the next morning with cheap coffee cooling in a mug and my phone face down like it was poisonous. I didn't turn on the TV. I didn't play music. I let the apartment stay quiet because I was afraid that noise would feel like defiance. I stared at my hands. My palms looked normal lines, calluses, tiny scars from ordinary life. They didn't look like the hands of a man who had helped erase a village. But my hands remembered. They remembered the soot-slick doorframe, the warm, wet smear that wasn't water, the way the red print on bark had bitten cold through my glove, the way salt lines in a rainforest had looked like someone drawing a boundary for a neighbor they couldn't afford to offend. And the more I stared, the more I understood the worst idea of all. The forest's justice wasn't just revenge, it was instruction. Mason had always talked about systems, pressure, valves, venting. He thought he understood what that meant. He thought the world was a machine you could manipulate if you knew where to apply force. But the forest was a system too. And it didn't care about money. It didn't care about paperwork. It cared about balance the way gravity cares about balance, quiet, brutal, automatic. Everything that happened after the fire was a lesson staged and delivered with terrifying clarity. Mason wasn't killed randomly. He was used. He crossed the child line with the confidence of a man who believed consequences were for other people. He treated children like collateral, like a statistic in an occupancy complication. So he became an example, tied to a post like a scarecrow, hollowed out, stuffed with straw. Not just to kill him, but to display him, to make him into a symbol anyone could understand without translation. Look what happens when you cross that line. The client wasn't punished randomly either. He had taken the land as a trophy. He insisted on sleeping in the villa like it was a throne, like his body was proof of ownership. He believed he could claim a place with paperwork and money and glass walls. So he died in the bed footprint, where he wanted to feel safe, where he wanted to feel powerful. An arrogance lesson delivered in fire. And me, I wasn't killed. I wasn't spared out of mercy. I was kept. That was the part that turned my stomach, because I started to realize I was the ongoing experiment, the one left alive, not because I deserved it, but because I could be trained. Once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. Every detail from the beginning lined up. The handprints. They appeared immediately after the village burned, not days later, like vandalism. They were too many, too calm, too placed, like a crowd of invisible witnesses pressing palms into bark to record what they'd seen. The girl in the hallway, not a random ghost, not a leftover soul. A targeted image children smoke stillness put directly into the worksite to infect the crew with fear, to stop the building from feeling normal. To remind everyone what the job really cost. The villa igniting in multiple places at once. That wasn't electrical. That was a statement: your clean geometry doesn't matter here. Your control is an illusion. We can light your pride from the inside. The straw replacement. That wasn't scavengers. That wasn't cartel signature. That was revision. A thing with hands and patience and understanding enough to arrange straw like ribs, like it knew exactly what a human body is supposed to contain, and chose to replace it with emptiness dressed as structure. And then the US, the follow-up. The tobacco smell that arrived after each ritual timed like a laugh. The silence pockets whirled, volume dropping as if someone turned a knob. The wet dragging behind my dresser, the same sound as palm on bark. The child cough behind drywall. And finally, the typed note, good, a reward, not for being brave, for being obedient. That's when I understood the sickest logic in the entire thing. Quiet was the reward. Not safety, not forgiveness, quiet. Every time I didn't investigate, the pressure eased. Every time I didn't speak certain words, the signs backed off. Every time I kept still and refused to check, the night went quiet faster. It wasn't sparing me. It was conditioning me. Training my nervous system the way you train an animal, remove discomfort when it performs the correct behavior. Reintroduce discomfort when it disobeys. So I learned that obedience felt like safety, and that's a trap. Because once your brain associates quiet with survival, you start chasing quiet the way addicts chase relief. You start lowering your voice. You start avoiding words. You stop asking questions. You stop checking the closet even when you smell tobacco pouring out of it. You stop telling anyone what happened, because speaking feels like pulling attention back onto yourself. You become what the system wants: small, careful, predictable. That's the part no one tells the rookies. People romanticize this kind of work: treasure hunters, fixers, men in shadows doing jobs with exotic backdrops. They see it like an action movie. They imagine themselves clever and untouchable, slipping through danger and laughing afterward. They don't understand that the real danger isn't the guns or the fires. The real danger is how easily you can be trained. I sat there at my kitchen table, coffee cold, sunlight striping the wall through blinds, And I knew I couldn't keep pretending this was just my private punishment. Not because I wanted redemption, because I could feel the leash tightening. I could feel myself becoming the kind of man who stayed silent because silence kept the night calm. And if I became that man fully, then whatever had written good on my phone would have won without killing me. So I started writing, not to cleanse myself, not to get sympathy, to leave a record for whoever is tempted by the same kind of job offer that found me. The kind that comes in lawyer language, the kind that calls people occupancy, the kind that turns children into complications. I wrote it like a confession because confessions are the only thing that still feels honest. I wrote it in plain, ugly detail because pretty language would turn it into entertainment, and entertainment is how people swallow horror without learning from it. And as I wrote, I kept noticing how careful my hands were on the keyboard, how quiet my apartment stayed, how my mind kept waiting for the sound of dragging behind the dresser like a dog waiting for a command. That's when the final realization settled in, cold and heavy as ash. I thought my rule was ethics. I didn't understand it was training. Chapter 7, Present Tense. Calm that isn't calm, approximately 200 words. I live in a rental on the edge of a Florida town that looks exactly like every other Florida town if you don't stare too long. Beige stucco, thin walls, a parking lot that always smells faintly of hot rubber and lawn fertilizer. The kind of place where the office closes at 5 and the pool rules are taped to the gate in fading ink. Inside, everything is cheap in a way that's meant to look neutral. Cheap blinds that rattle when a truck goes by. Carpet that never feels clean, no matter how many times you vacuum it. An air conditioner that cycles like a nervous habit, click, hum, until you start measuring your breathing against it. There's an ice machine outside my building that coughs and rattles every hour on the hour. It's loud enough to wake you up and familiar enough that your brain eventually pretends it's part of nature. The neighbor on the other side of my bedroom wall keeps his TV on late volume low, always some sitcom with canned laughter that leaks through the drywall like ghosts of other people's lives. Sometimes I lie in bed and listen to the laugh track and think that's what normal sounds like. And then I wait for the world to go quiet, because that's what my body has learned to do. My routine is small on purpose. Gas station coffee in the morning, burnt too hot, always in a paper cup that feels thin in my hand. I pay in cash because I still like the illusion of being untraceable, like numbers on a screen are what gets you caught instead of the things you've done. I go to work, I come home, I eat something bland, I shower, I sit on the couch and watch whatever won't remind me of fire. That means no movies where buildings burn, no news clips of wildfires out west, no cooking shows that linger on open flames, no candles, no grills, no bonfires on the beach. It sounds ridiculous until you've tasted smoke that isn't there and woken up coughing like your lungs are remembering on their own. I avoid mirrors too. Not all mirrors, just the ones that catch me unexpectedly. The bathroom mirror is fine because it's honest overhead light, tired eyes, the plain reality of my face. But reflective surfaces at night, windows, dark televisions, the microwave door, anything that can show me my own silhouette surrounded by darkness. It's not vanity. It's fear of what might be behind my reflection. I don't talk to many people anymore. I keep conversations short. I nod. I smile. I make myself polite and forgettable. If someone at work asks how I'm doing, I say good automatically and move on. I've learned that talking too much makes the air feel closer. I've learned that certain words don't like being said out loud, so I don't say them. I don't say village. I don't say kids. I don't say fire. I say back then. I say that place. I say the night. Even now writing this, my hands hesitate over certain letters. That's how deep the training went. If you're listening to this because you think this kind of work sounds exciting, if you're young and broke and romantic enough to believe you can step into danger and step out clean, listen to me. Don't take the first consulting message that shows up in your phone like a miracle. Don't let a lawyer in a clean suit turn people into occupancy. Don't let the numbers on a page make you forget what a child's face looks like when it's been wiped clean by someone who loves them. Because the first time you cross a line like that, you don't just risk getting caught. You risk being noticed by something that doesn't care whether you live or die. It cares whether you learn. That's what I'm trying to explain, and it's hard because it still sounds insane when you put it into sentences. I can almost hear you rolling your eyes. I would have rolled mine too, until the quiet started responding. It's a Tuesday night when it comes back again. I know it's Tuesday because the neighbor's sitcom is the same one he watches every week, and because the ice machine coughs at 9 p.m. like clockwork, and then again at 10. I've eaten. I've showered. I'm sitting on my couch with my phone face down because looking at screens too long makes me feel watched. The blinds are closed. The AC cycles on and off. Click. Hum. Click. Outside, someone's car alarm chirps once and shuts up. A dog barks, then stops. The neighbor's laugh track fades into commercials. Normal. And then without any dramatic shift, the air changes. It's not a sound at first. It's a sensation, like the room's temperature drops half a degree, like the space between objects thickens, like the world is holding its breath. The AC clicks off, and for a moment the silence in the apartment feels too clean. The laugh track next door becomes distant, muffled, as if the wall has grown thicker. A silence pocket. I sit very still. I don't move my hands. I don't check my phone. I don't even swallow because small sounds suddenly feel like answers. That's when the tobacco smell arrives. Not a faint trace drifting in from the hallway. Not maybe my neighbor is smoking. It hits the room like someone opened an invisible door and breathed out. Stale, heavy tobacco, wet and intimate like chew spit, and dried leaves like an old mouth exhaling close enough to coat the back of my throat. My eyes sting. My stomach turns. My tongue goes dry. I don't gag. I don't cough. I've learned that coughing feels like participation. So I hold my breath and let the smell sit there thick as a presence. The smell doesn't move around the room the way normal odors move. It doesn't drift toward the ceiling. It doesn't thin out near the vents. It hangs at face level like it wants to be inhaled, like it wants to enter. I keep my gaze fixed on the cheap blinds on the thin stripe of streetlight bleeding through the edge. I force myself to stay still. The neighbor's TV goes quiet commercial break, and for a few seconds the building feels like it isn't breathing either. Then the wet, dragging sound starts behind my dresser. It's in the bedroom, not the living room, but the layout here is small enough that sound travels like secrets. I can hear it clearly from the couch. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Slow, deliberate, like a palm sliding along wood grain. Not a rat skittering, not pipes, not settling, too rhythmic. My body reacts anyway. Muscles tightening, pulse kicking up, a cold sweat blooming under my arms. I don't stand up. Standing up is what it wants. Standing up means you're investigating. You're feeding it attention. So I sit listening and let the sound trace the dresser's backside the way it traced bark in the forest. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. My throat tightens until swallowing hurts. The tobacco smell remains, and now it feels connected to the dragging sound, like breath and hand belong to the same body. I close my eyes for a second and try to picture something ordinary. Publix aisles, gas station lights, a parking lot in rain. It doesn't help. because my mind keeps seeing handprints. Red palms pressed into bark, red fingers too long, too wide, and the cold that came through my glove. The dragging stops. I open my eyes again and realize I've been holding my breath. My lungs burn slightly. I take a shallow inhale through my nose. Tobacco. Thick. Mocking. I stand up slowly anyway, slow enough that it feels like I'm negotiating with the air. I tell myself I'm not going to check the dresser. I'm not going to open drawers. I'm not going to shine a flashlight under anything. I'm just going to get a glass of water. A normal action. A small act of control. I cross the living room with careful steps. The carpet muffles my feet. The neighbor's TV comes back on with a laugh track, and the sudden sound makes me flinch, as if it's wrong. In the kitchen, I turn on the faucet. Water splashes into the sink, loud in the quiet apartment. The noise feels like a shield. I fill a glass. My hand trembles enough that the water sloshes over the rim. I take one sip and taste nothing but chlorine and fear. Then, as I set the glass down, my gaze drops to the floor where the baseboard meets the wall. There's a red smear there. Small. Easy to miss if you weren't looking. Like a fingertip dragged along the paint. Not a stain from furniture. Not rust. Not a scuff. Too precise. My skin prickles. I crouch slowly the way you would approach something that might bite. The red smear looks dry matte like powder pressed into the paint. It's the same color as the handprints in the forest. That rusty clay red that isn't bright enough to be blood and isn't dull enough to be dirt. I don't touch it. Touching feels like signing a receipt. I stare at it, breathing shallowly, and the tobacco smell swells again, as if it senses my attention. Behind me, from the direction of my bedroom, the wet, dragging sound resumes one slow scrape like a reminder. I straighten up, heart hammering. My mouth wants to form words. My brain wants to name what this is, to say it out loud, the way you say roach when you want other people to understand you've seen something disgusting and real. But I don't. Because I've learned the rule, the one the forest pressed into my life and reinforced with silence and smell and marks: don't answer. Don't check. Don't speak. I turn off the faucet. The sudden loss of water noise makes the apartment feel even quieter, as if the walls are leaning in. I walk back toward the bedroom slowly, not to investigate, but because I can't ignore the fact that the sound is coming from there. Halfway down the short hallway, the neighbor's TV laugh track cuts out again. Silence pocket. The tobacco smell thickens. Then I hear it. A child's cough. Soft. Wet. 2 quick coughs and a choking hitch at the end. Not from behind drywall this time. Inside the room. Close enough that my skin turns cold. I stop moving. I stand in the hallway, one hand on the wall for balance, and listen to the quiet after the cough the way a man listens for the next footstep after someone says his name. Nothing follows immediately. No footsteps, no crying, no voice. Just the thick, intimate tobacco smell and the sense, stronger than sight, that something is in my bedroom, patient and still waiting to see what I'll do next. And that's the scariest part. Not the cough. Not the dragging, not even the red smear. The fact that my body already knows the correct response. Stillness, silence, obedience. Because somewhere deep inside, a part of me believes that if I do everything right, the room will go quiet again. And I hate myself for how badly I want that reward. Chapter 7, The Final Test of Curiosity. Approximately 2,150 words, I stood in the hallway long enough that my legs started to ache. That sounds stupid until you've been in that kind of moment when the air feels thick, when your skin is tight with anticipation. When moving forward feels like stepping into water you can't see the bottom of. The cough had come from inside my bedroom. Soft, childlike, wet, then silence. Not relief, silence. Waiting silence. The tobacco smell stayed heavy, close enough to taste. My neighbor's TV was still paused in one of those commercial gaps, and the ice machine outside hadn't rattled in a while. Even the AC had stopped cycling, as if the building had decided it didn't want to make noise. Everything in me wanted to check, to turn the bedroom light on, to yank the dresser away from the wall and see what was behind it, to prove that there was nothing there, that my mind had finally cracked and was inventing threats out of guilt. Checking is what normal people do. It's what you do when you hear a noise in your house and you want the noise to stop being mysterious. But I wasn't normal anymore. I knew what checking did. Checking was participation. Checking was feeding. Checking was how you teach something that it can move you. So I didn't step into the room. Not yet. Instead, I did the most pathetic compromise imaginable. I tried to document it. That's the YouTube impulse in all of us now. If you can record it, you can make it real without touching it. If you can show someone else, you don't have to carry it alone. My phone was in my hand before I realized I'd picked it up. The screen light made my fingers look too pale. I set it to video thumb shaking and lifted it toward the doorway like a shield. The bedroom was dark, except for a thin stripe of streetlight bleeding through the blinds. My dresser sat against the far wall, cheap particle board 4 drawers with fake brass knobs. It looked harmless. It looked stupid. The dragging sound didn't start again. The cough didn't repeat. Nothing moved. I hit record anyway. "Okay," I whispered, and even as the word left my mouth, I hated myself for making sound. "Okay, I'm recording." I waited. The video timer ticked up 0004, 0005, 0006. Still nothing. Then faintly behind the dresser, the wet dragging began again. Soft scrape, pause, soft scrape, so quiet. I thought for a second my ears were lying to me. My skin prickled. I held my breath to keep the microphone from picking up my own panic. The phone screen showed a dark rectangle, grainy shadows, the stripe of light on the floor. No movement. The sound continued for maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I lowered the phone, heart hammering, and ended the recording. My thumb slipped once on the screen. When I played it back, the video looked normal, dark room, still furniture, nothing. The audio was worse. There was no dragging, no cough, no creak of wood. Just silence. Not even the ambient hum of my building, not even my neighbor's TV bleeding through the wall. The recording sounded like someone had vacuumed the world. I turned the volume up. Still silence. Then, at the very end of the clip, right before the video cut, there was a sound. A deep exhale. Not loud, not dramatic. A slow, layered breath like air passing through something too large to be in that room. It wasn't my breath. My breath on the clip was absent. This exhale had texture. Weight. It made my stomach drop because it sounded exactly like the body cam audio the guard had played me after the villa burned the breath that didn't belong to any human. I stared at the phone screen until it dimmed and went dark. A simple truth pressed against my ribs. Whatever this was, it didn't want to be recorded. It wanted to be experienced, privately. It wanted me alone with it. My hand drifted toward the kitchen counter without me deciding. The salt bag from Home Depot was still there, half-used, crumpled like a reminder of my own desperation. I grabbed a fistful of salt and returned to the hallway, shaking grains into my palm. I didn't have a plan. I wasn't casting a magic circle. I was doing it the way people grab their keys when they're anxious instinct. I stepped 1 foot into the bedroom just past the threshold, and threw the salt toward the dresser. The salt didn't scatter. It didn't arc in a light spray the way it should. It fell heavy straight down, as if the air between my hand and the floor was thick enough to catch it. The grains hit the carpet in a tight little pile like I'd dropped them through syrup. My pulse spiked. The room felt colder. My ears rang. I stared at the salt pile, stunned by how wrong gravity looked in that moment, how the simplest physics had become a suggestion. That was when the satellite burn scar flashed through my mind, the dark stain deeper in the forest, the evidence that this wasn't the first time a place had been erased. Not the first time a complication had been solved. Not the first time someone had convinced themselves it was just business and then been revised. This had happened before, not just to the village, not just to Mason, not just to the client, to others, other job crews, other consultants, other men who thought they were untouchable. Maybe some of them had survived long enough to learn the rule. Maybe some of them had lived the rest of their lives in quiet apartments, lowering their voices, avoiding certain words, training themselves into obedience for the reward of silence. Maybe the forest didn't need to chase anyone. Maybe it just needed enough humans to pass the rule along like a disease. A single sound snapped me back to the room. Not dragging, not coughing. A knock, slow, heavy, from inside the dresser. Not on the dresser, not on the wall, inside it. One deliberate thump as if someone had tapped from within a drawer. My whole body jolted. The sound went through me like a shock, a true jump scare that made my knees go weak. I froze with one foot still inside the room and one foot in the hallway caught between retreat and curiosity. The knock came again, slightly higher, as if it had moved from one drawer to another. Thump, then silence. My mouth opened on its own. I didn't speak, but I felt the urge to an old human reflex to fill silence with noise, to turn fear into language. The pressure behind my eyes started gentle at first. Not a headache, not pain. A pull, like something invisible was hooking behind my right eye and tugging lightly, testing the connection. I swallowed hard. My throat made a tiny click. The pressure increased a fraction, and my vision shimmered at the edges as if the room had heat waves. I remembered Mason's last days, how he'd sounded thin on the phone, how he'd told me not to talk about it. I remembered the guard's body cam audio and that exhale. I remembered the bone needle story I'd once heard from another thief long ago: touch the wrong artifact, and it takes what it was made to take. This thing felt like that, like a tool doing its function. My voice slipped out without permission. It came out small, a whisper I barely recognized as mine. "Please," I said. I don't know who I was talking to. I don't know what I was asking for. The word just fell out of me like a habit. The tobacco smell thickened instantly, as if pleased. The pressure behind my eye eased slightly, not gone eased, the way a leash loosens when you stop pulling. That terrified me more than the pressure itself, because it confirmed the pattern again. Response earns adjustment. Obedience earns quiet. I backed out of the bedroom slowly, not turning my back fully, not stepping on the salt pile. I kept my movements controlled, deliberate, like I was dealing with a wild animal that might interpret sudden motion as an invitation. Once I was in the hallway again, I leaned my shoulder against the wall and shut my eyes. My phone buzzed. The sound was too loud in the hush. My heart jumped. I looked down at the screen. New photo. My skin went cold. My thumb hesitated over the notification. A part of me knew that opening it was checking another form of feeding, but my eyes were already locked on the words. I tapped. The photo filled the screen. It was my bedroom, not the view from the doorway, not a mirror selfie, not a weird reflection. A clean, composed shot, taken from inside the room, from an angle that made no sense, high in the corner near the ceiling, as if someone had been standing there with arms extended, framing the bed and the dresser and the thin stripe of streetlight on the floor. I could see the salt pile I'd thrown. I could see the red smear at the baseboard, and I could see myself in the hallway, half visible through the open door, frozen in a posture I didn't remember choosing. The photo was too steady, too intentional. Like whoever took it had time. Like whoever took it wanted me to understand one simple thing: I wasn't documenting it. It was documenting me. Chapter 7. Cold ending obedience, approximately 2,200 words. I didn't search the room. That's the part that sounds impossible to people who still believe fear is something you fight with action. People want to imagine themselves brave. They want to imagine that if their phone showed them a photo taken from inside their own bedroom, they would grab a weapon flip on every light, tear the place apart, until they had an explanation. I didn't. I stood in the hallway with my phone glowing in my hand, staring at the image like it was a medical result I didn't understand. The photo was too clean, too steady framed, like someone had taken their time and wanted it to look right. And the longer I stared, the more my body recognized the pattern. Not the pattern of a crime, the pattern of a test. My first instinct was to check for footprints. That's what my old work brain wanted: evidence, proof, a line in the dust that says you're not crazy. But the forest had already taught me what happens when you look for proof. Proof is attention. Attention is food. So I did what it had trained me to do. I sat down, right there on the hallway carpet, back against the wall, knees pulled up, phone face down on the floor beside me, like I was refusing to look at a wound. I didn't turn on all the lights. I didn't call the police. I didn't run to the neighbor's apartment and bang on their door like a sane person. Because police would arrive with flashlights and questions and bored eyes. They would walk through my bedroom, glance at the dresser, shrug at the salt pile, and tell me it was probably a prank. They'd ask who I'd upset. They'd ask if I'd been drinking. And even if they believed me, if by some miracle they saw a red handprint appear where it shouldn't, they would still do the one thing that mattered most. They would make noise. They would investigate. They would check. And the thought of that made the pressure behind my eyes twitch in warning, like something listening inside my skull didn't like the idea of witnesses. So I stayed still, listening. Pray stillness. The kind you see in rabbits in tall grass when a hawk passes overhead. Not frozen by bravery, frozen by an animal understanding that movement is what gets you singled out. The apartment around me held its breath. The neighbor's TV had gone quiet again. Even the ice machine outside seemed to pause between cycles, as if the building itself was waiting. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the tobacco smell swelled again, heavier than before. It didn't drift from the bedroom. It didn't creep under the door. It simply appeared intimate, thick, wet, with old spit like a mouth exhaling into the air. I closed my eyes and kept breathing shallowly because deeper breaths made it worse. Deeper breaths invited it in. The smell moved closer. I could tell without opening my eyes the way you can feel someone standing behind you even when you don't hear their steps. The tobacco didn't fill the apartment equally anymore. It concentrated. It gathered near my head, near my right ear, and then it stopped being just a smell. It became breath. Warmth brushed the skin just below my ear, faint but undeniable, as if someone had leaned in close and exhaled gently, testing my reaction, like a hand testing hot water. Every muscle in my body tightened. My hands clenched around my knees so hard my nails bit skin. I didn't flinch away. I didn't turn. I didn't open my mouth. Because I knew what it wanted from me in that moment wasn't my fear. It wanted my response. The wet dragging sound started again in my bedroom, one slow scrape along the dresser, then a pause. I could picture it too clearly, an unseen palm sliding along cheap particle board, feeling the grain, feeling the boundary between my furniture and my wall. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. The pressure behind my eyes returned, gentle tugging again, like it was trying to remind me that parts of my body could be taken without blood. It waited, and I waited back, sitting on the carpet like a child being punished, refusing to make noise. Minutes passed. My legs went numb, sweat cooled on my back. The dragging sound stopped. The breath near my ear lingered 1 second longer, warm and close. Then it withdrew, not moving away with footsteps, just thinning, disappearing, like someone stepping back out of a doorway you can't see. The tobacco smell faded with it. The silence pocket loosened. The neighbor's TV laughed again, muffled through drywall, the sound suddenly obscene in its normalcy. The AC clicked on and started humming. The ice machine outside rattled and dropped cubes like nothing had happened. Normal returned, and I felt it, the reward. Quiet. Not comfort, not safety, not forgiveness. Just quiet, the way a cage becomes quiet when the animal inside stops rattling the bars. I sat there longer than I needed to because moving too soon felt like cheating on a ritual I hadn't agreed to join. When I finally stood, my knees cracked from stiffness. I picked up my phone with careful fingers and turned the screen on. No new notifications, no more photos. The room looked the same as it always did, cheap blinds, dim streetlight, a hallway that led to a bedroom with a dresser against the wall. Nothing visibly wrong. That's the final horror, the thing that makes you doubt yourself even after everything. It doesn't leave a monster in the middle of the floor. It leaves your life intact enough that you can keep living it. And if you keep living it, you can keep being trained. I didn't go into the bedroom to inspect the dresser. I didn't touch the salt pile. I didn't wipe the red smear at the baseboard. I didn't check the windows. I went into the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and drank like a man trying to convince his own throat that it wasn't full of smoke. My hands shook. I wiped them on a dish towel and felt for the first time that night something worse than fear. Understanding. It didn't need to kill me to win. Killing me would be loud, messy, final. Killing me would end the experiment. What it wanted was quieter. It wanted me to live the way it preferred. To move through my days careful and muted, avoiding certain words, avoiding certain questions, keeping my voice small at night. To learn instinctively that curiosity leads to pressure and obedience leads to quiet. To become a man who chooses stillness because stillness is rewarded. That's how systems win. Not by crushing you once, but by shaping how you behave forever after. And the worst part, the part that makes my stomach turn even now as I write this, is realizing I'm already doing what it wants. I'm telling you the rules. I'm warning you not to take those jobs, not to accept occupancy complications, not to bring smoke near children, not to check when the sound starts. I'm repeating boundaries. I'm teaching you the same behavior that keeps the night quiet for me. Even if you think you're just listening to a creepy story, part of your brain is filing away the lesson, don't go looking. Don't check. Don't speak the words. And that means the system isn't contained to a forest anymore. It travels through instruction. It travels through fear. It travels through people like me who survive long enough to pass the rule forward. Maybe that's why the note appeared on my phone, good, after I refused the new lawyer's job and stayed quiet through the cough behind my wall. Not because it approved of my morals, because it approved of my obedience, because it recognized I'd learned the pattern. I stood by my bedroom doorway for a long time, staring into the dark. listening to the normal sounds of my building, the neighbor's TV, the AC, the ice machine, and wondering how many nights I would live like this. How many nights I would choose quiet over truth. How many nights I would sit still and let the smell near my ear decide whether I'd earned rest. Then I turned off the hallway light and went to bed without checking the dresser. I didn't sleep right away. I listened until my body finally gave in. And before I drifted off, one sentence sat in my mind, cold and simple, like something carved into bark. The rule wasn't how to survive the forest. The rule was how to live once it followed me home.